It was after this that the period began in which his most famous books started appearing, one after another. Perhaps that is why Nietzsche's philosophy returns so often to the theme of struggle. But not only to the struggle of one person against another. Much more often, to the struggle with oneself. With one's fears. With one's habits. With old beliefs. With the desire to hide behind ready-made answers. Nietzsche was interested in human beings not as finished creatures, but as beings who are constantly changing. For him, a person was not something permanently defined. A person could become someone else. They could overcome themselves. They could abandon old values. They could create new ones. But all of this came at a price. After all, it is much easier to live when someone else has already answered life's most important questions for you. When you have already been told what good is. What evil is. What a proper life should look like. What you should believe in. What you should fear. And what you should hope for. It is much harder to find yourself in a situation where all of those answers suddenly stop seeming convincing. That is why Nietzsche's philosophy should not be understood as a simple call to do whatever you want. That would be far too simple an explanation. On the contrary, the freedom Nietzsche would gradually begin to speak about does not mean that a person simply frees themselves from all rules and starts living without any limitations. Freedom can turn out to be much more difficult than that. Because responsibility comes with freedom. If the old values are no longer unquestionable to you, then a new question arises. What will you replace them with? If you reject someone else's answer, then you have to search for your own. And this is where one of the central dramas of Nietzsche's entire philosophy begins. He did not simply destroy. Yes, he destroyed many things. Religious beliefs. Traditional ideas about morality. The belief in unchanging truth. The idea of the human being as a completely rational creature. But destruction was never his final goal. If you tear down an old house and leave nothing but emptiness in its place, that does not mean you have created something new. And so, behind Nietzsche's criticism, there is always another question. What can be created after the old has stopped working? To understand where his desire to ask such dangerous questions came from in the first place, we need to return to 19th century Germany. It was a time of enormous change. Europe was changing rapidly. Science was having an increasingly powerful influence on the way people saw the world. Old religious beliefs were beginning to coexist with new scientific ideas. Politics was changing. Society was changing. Even the very idea of what a human being was, and what place they occupied in the world, was changing. Nietzsche lived during a period when the old answers had not yet disappeared, but had already begun to lose their unquestioned authority. Many people still lived in a world where Christian morality determined what was right and what was wrong. But at the same time, more and more thinkers were beginning to ask questions that had once seemed dangerous, or even unacceptable. Could the world be explained without appealing to God? Was the human being a special creature standing above nature? Were moral rules truly eternal? Or had they, too, emerged at some point, changed over time, and perhaps could one day disappear? For Nietzsche, these questions were not an abstract intellectual game. They gradually became the center of his life. And perhaps that is why he differed so greatly from many of the academic philosophers of his time. Nietzsche had an exceptional education. He was a classical philologist, that is, a scholar of ancient Greek and Roman languages, literature, and culture. While still a very young man, he established such a strong reputation in the field that, at the age of 24, he was appointed professor at the University of Basel. For most people, this could have been the beginning of a predictable academic career. Years of teaching. Scholarly articles. New research. Recognition from colleagues. But Nietzsche gradually chose a different path. He became less and less interested in the past for its own sake. He studied the ancient world, but not simply to describe what the ancient Greeks had been like. He was searching for something in the past that could help him understand the present. That is why ancient Greece became much more to him than simply a subject of professional study. In the Greek world, he saw another way of looking at life. Another culture. Another attitude toward art. Toward suffering. Toward strength. Toward human nature. He was especially drawn to philosophers who had lived before Socrates, particularly Heraclitus. Make yourself comfortable. Dim the lights and let the day slowly fade away. And as everything around you grows quieter, simply listen. If you enjoy this kind of content, please support the channel by leaving a like and subscribing. And in the comments, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Sometimes, a person's name outlives them precisely because, over time, it comes to mean something much greater than just a name. That is exactly what happened to Friedrich Nietzsche. Today, even people who have never read a single one of his books know his name. It is associated with ideas such as the Übermensch, the will to power, nihilism, and eternal recurrence. Countless provocative statements are attributed to him. He is quoted by admirers of strength, individualism, and self-improvement. He is criticized for ideas that may, at first glance, seem cruel. He is admired. He is accused. And people are constantly trying to explain him. And yet, Nietzsche remains one of the thinkers who is most often misunderstood. Almost everyone has heard his famous phrase, "God is dead." But what exactly did he mean by it? Was Nietzsche simply trying to say that God does not exist? Another one of his famous ideas is the Übermensch. But what exactly is this mysterious figure? Was Nietzsche talking about a strong person who conquers others? A genius? A ruler? Or did he mean something entirely different? And what is the will to power? A desire to control the world? A desire to become stronger than everyone else? Or perhaps a person's struggle with themselves? All of these questions have gradually created an almost separate world around Nietzsche. A world in which the philosopher has become a symbol. The author of provocative aphorisms. A thinker to whom ideas were attributed that he never actually held. And at the same time, a person whose real ideas turned out to be far more complex, contradictory, and interesting than a handful of famous quotes. Nietzsche himself would probably not have been pleased by how often people today try to fit his philosophy into a single, simple formula. Because he was not particularly fond of ready-made formulas himself. He did not offer people a convenient set of rules for how they were supposed to live. He did not create a system in which every question had one correct answer. Quite the opposite. Nietzsche was a thinker who took great pleasure in questioning what others considered obvious. Why do we call some actions good and others evil? Where did our moral rules come from? Why do we believe what we believe? Are our convictions truly our own? And what happens if, one day, we realize that the values upon which we built our lives no longer seem unquestionable? Questions like these gradually led Nietzsche toward a philosophy that made many people uncomfortable. Because Nietzsche was in no hurry to reassure anyone. He did not tell people that the world was necessarily fair. He did not promise that suffering always had some hidden meaning. He did not assure us that there was a simple moral map that could guide us safely through life. Quite the opposite. It was as if he were asking, what if there is no map at all? And if the old points of reference no longer work, then what is a person supposed to do? Perhaps that is exactly where we should begin our journey into the world of Friedrich Nietzsche. But before we talk about his philosophy, we need to pause for a moment. Because behind all of these powerful words, the Übermensch, nihilism, the will to power, the death of God, stood a very real person. A person who was born into a deeply religious family, who grew up in a world shaped by Christian morality, who excelled in the study of ancient culture, who became a university professor while still very young, who was fascinated by Wagner's music and later painfully ended their friendship, who suffered from health problems for most of his life, and who gradually, almost step by step, moved away from many of the beliefs that had shaped him in his youth. Nietzsche's life did not resemble the life of a conqueror, a great politician, or a powerful ruler. He had no armies. He did not lead nations. He did not create political movements. For most of his life, he was a teacher, a writer, and a solitary thinker. He spent a great deal of time with books, wrote letters to friends, traveled in search of a climate that might be better for his health, and produced works that were far from universally recognized by his contemporaries. There is a certain irony in that. A man whose name is now so often associated with strength, power, and greatness was himself physically fragile and suffered from serious health problems for many years. After several forced breaks caused by illness, Nietzsche was eventually compelled to leave his university position and devote himself to independent work. Nietzsche was fascinated by a world of constant movement and change, while he viewed many later philosophical traditions far more critically. But ancient Greece was only one of the great forces that shaped his thinking. Another person who had an enormous influence on him was the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer. When Nietzsche encountered his works, he felt that he had discovered a thinker who looked at the world in a completely different way from most academic philosophers. Schopenhauer spoke of a world in which human beings were not guided only by cold reason and logic. Beneath the surface of our thoughts and decisions, much deeper forces were at work: desires, drives, instincts. This idea made a tremendous impression on the young Nietzsche. Later, he would go much further than his teacher and begin to disagree with him on many important questions. But the very habit of looking beneath the surface of human behavior would remain extraordinarily important to him. Nietzsche became increasingly interested not only in what people said. He was interested in something else. Why did they say it? What stood behind their beliefs? What desires, fears, or ambitions might be hidden behind beautiful moral words? Did people always understand the true reasons behind their own actions? These questions would later become one of the most important parts of his philosophy. But in his youth, Nietzsche experienced another great fascination. This time, not with a philosopher, but with a composer. His name was Richard Wagner. For the young Nietzsche, Wagner was not simply a famous musician. He seemed almost like the embodiment of the new cultural world Nietzsche could only dream of. They first became acquainted while Nietzsche was still a student, and after Nietzsche moved to Basel, he became a frequent guest in the Wagner household. Their friendship lasted for several years and had an enormous influence on both Nietzsche's personal life and his early work. During those years, Nietzsche believed that art could be something much greater than mere entertainment. It could transform culture, transform the human being, help people see the world in a different way. It was in this atmosphere of fascination with antiquity, Schopenhauer, and Wagner's music that his first major book was born, The Birth of Tragedy from the Spirit of Music. In it, Nietzsche attempted to explain ancient Greek culture through the struggle between two forces, which he called the Apollonian and the Dionysian. But we will definitely return to this subject later. Because for Nietzsche, art, music, and tragedy were not secondary interests. They became part of his way of understanding life itself. But for the moment, the young professor had no idea how far his own path would take him. Ahead lay years of illness, solitary journeys, a break with Wagner, disillusionment with his own former beliefs, and the gradual birth of the ideas that would eventually make his name known throughout the world. After his health forced Nietzsche to leave the university for good, his life changed. On the one hand, he lost the stability of an academic career. On the other, he gained something he had never fully possessed before, the freedom to write exactly as he wanted. After his resignation, Nietzsche published new books almost every year. Daybreak, The Gay Science, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Beyond Good and Evil, On the Genealogy of Morality, and later Twilight of the Idols, The Case of Wagner, The Antichrist, and other works appeared. It was during this period that the Nietzsche we know today gradually began to take shape. And along with these books, his style changed as well. Nietzsche did not always write like a traditional professor. Sometimes a single idea would stretch across dozens of pages. And sometimes it would take only a few lines. He loved aphorisms, short, concentrated statements that often contained much more than they seemed to at first glance. This style emerged in Human, All Too Human, and became an important feature of his later works. Perhaps that is why reading Nietzsche can sometimes be difficult. Because he does not always lead the reader by the hand. He may take a sudden turn. Throw out a provocative idea. Say something in a way that seems almost deliberately designed to cause outrage. And then leave the reader alone with a question. So what are you going to do with that now? That is why his philosophy does not resemble a house where everything is neatly arranged into separate rooms. It is more like a vast and complicated world in which the same themes keep returning. The human being, morality, religion, suffering, strength, freedom, art, truth, life. And behind all of them, one great problem gradually begins to emerge. Human beings have inherited a world of ready-made values. But what happens if they stop believing in them? This question would follow Nietzsche throughout almost his entire intellectual journey. And it would eventually lead us to one of his most famous, and at the same time most misunderstood, ideas. To words that sounded as though someone had announced the end of an entire era. God is dead. But before we hear those words and try to understand what Nietzsche actually meant, we need to take one more step. We need to understand the person for whom questions about God, morality, and the meaning of life were not merely random subjects for philosophical debate. Because Friedrich Nietzsche was born into precisely the world that he would later begin to criticize so radically. A world of faith. A world of Christian morality. A family of a Protestant pastor. And it was from this world that the story began of a man who would one day question almost everything that had once seemed unquestionable to him. Friedrich Nietzsche was born on October 15, 1844, in the small Saxon village of Rocken, near Lutzen. It was a quiet place, far from the great cities, political events, and turbulent cultural life of Europe. Here, among fields, church bells, and the slow rhythm of provincial life, began the story of a man who would one day question the very foundations of European culture. His father, Karl Ludwig Nietzsche, was a Lutheran pastor. He came from a family of Protestant clergymen, so for little Friedrich, religion was not simply one of the subjects discussed at church. It was part of everyday life itself. In the Nietzsche household, the Bible was read often. Prayers were said. People spoke about God, morality, sin, duty, and salvation. And from a very early age, young Friedrich learned to take these questions seriously. At first glance, it might seem that his childhood was destined to lead him toward a calm and deeply religious faith. And for a time, that was exactly what happened. As a child, Nietzsche was even given the nickname, the Little Pastor. He was an exceptionally serious boy, knew the Bible well, and approached his religious duties with a sense of responsibility unusual for a child. But life showed him very early that the world could be far more complicated than it seemed. When Friedrich was only 5 years old, his father died. The cause was a brain illness that gradually robbed him of the ability to live a normal life. For the young boy, his father's death became his first major encounter with something that would later become one of the central themes of his philosophy. If God is good and just, why does an innocent person suffer? If the world has a divine order, why does death come so early? And what happens to a person when everything they once relied on suddenly disappears? Nietzsche could not yet formulate these questions in philosophical language. But the experience had already been lived. After his father's death, the family moved to Naumburg. There, Friedrich grew up with his mother, Franziska, his younger sister Elizabeth, his grandmother, and 2 aunts. The household in which he grew up remained religious and fairly conservative. But Nietzsche himself was gradually beginning to change. He read extensively, composed music, wrote poetry, and from an early age demonstrated remarkable intellectual abilities. He was interested in almost everything: history, music, the ancient world, literature, philology, religion, morality, human nature. He did not simply memorize information. He wanted to understand why things were the way they were. This desire gradually became one of the most important traits of his character. Nietzsche was not satisfied with an answer simply because it came from an authority. If a sacred book said one thing, he wanted to know why. If a teacher claimed something, he wanted to examine it for himself. If society called one kind of behavior good and another evil, he wanted to understand where such judgments came from in the first place. This trait did not yet make him a rebel. Quite the opposite. The young Nietzsche was disciplined, serious, and extraordinarily hard-working. He excelled in school. In 1858, he entered the prestigious Schultforte, an old school with a rich humanistic tradition. It was here that his interest in the ancient world became especially strong. Nietzsche studied ancient Greek and Latin, read classical authors in their original languages, and gradually fell in love with a world that had existed long before Christian Europe. For him, ancient Greece was not simply a historical era. It became an alternative way of looking at human beings. The Greeks could speak, at the same time, about beauty and suffering, heroism and tragedy, the strength of life and the inevitability of death. In that world, there was no need to hide the tragic side of existence. And this would later become extraordinarily important to Nietzsche. But for now, he was simply a young man who read extensively and searched for his own path. Around this time, he also began to devote himself seriously to music. Nietzsche played the piano, composed his own musical pieces, and took music almost as seriously as philosophy. For him, music was not simply a pleasant art form. It could express things for which ordinary words were not enough. Perhaps that is why he would later value Wagner's music so highly. But that meeting was still several years away. For the moment, another path was opening before the young Nietzsche. The path of scholarship. In 1864, he entered the University of Bonn, where he began studying theology and classical philology. At first glance, this might have seemed like a perfectly natural continuation of his childhood. The son of a pastor studying theology. A future scholar studying ancient languages. But it was here that an inner transformation gradually began, one that would forever separate Nietzsche from the boy who had once been called the little pastor. He began to doubt Christianity more and more. This process was not sudden. Nietzsche did not wake up one morning and decide that he no longer believed in God. Doubt developed slowly. Through reading. Through study. Through his encounter with the historical criticism of the Bible. Through observing other people. And perhaps most importantly, through his own desire to be intellectually honest. If a particular belief was true, he thought, then it should be able to withstand honest questioning. And if it could not withstand questions, then perhaps the problem was not with the question. In 1865, Nietzsche abandoned the study of theology. It was an important step. He increasingly focused on classical philology, the study of ancient texts, languages, and cultures. His teacher became Friedrich Wilhelm Ritschl, one of the most prominent philologists of his time. Ritschl quickly noticed the unusual abilities of the young student. Nietzsche was not simply diligent. He thought independently. He was able to see things in an ancient text that others might overlook. And while still very young, he began publishing scholarly work. His career developed with extraordinary speed. So quickly, in fact, that in 1869, when Nietzsche was only 24 years old, the University of Basel invited him to become a professor of classical philology. It was almost unbelievable. A man who had been a student only a few years earlier had now become a university professor. But along with his professional success, new questions were beginning to appear in his life. Could philology really provide answers to the most important questions of human existence? Was studying ancient texts enough to understand the human being? Could science explain what takes place within the human soul? Nietzsche increasingly felt that his true interests lay somewhere beyond the boundaries of academic scholarship. He was interested not only in what the ancient Greeks had written. He wanted to know why they thought the way they did. What allowed them to create their culture? Why some values emerge while others disappear? Why people call some things good and others evil? And what happens to a person when old values are no longer convincing? For now, Nietzsche did not have any final answers. But the questions had already begun to shape his philosophy. He was gradually moving away from a world in which truth came from above, from God, the church, or tradition. Instead, he was beginning to search for truth in life itself. In human experience. In culture. In art. In struggle. In suffering. And even in those parts of human nature that people usually prefer not to notice. This is where the real Nietzsche begins. Not the Nietzsche who would later be turned into a symbol of radical rebellion. But a young man who gradually came to understand one very simple, and at the same time frightening, thing. Sometimes the hardest questions do not arise when we know nothing. They arise when the old answers no longer work. And Nietzsche was ready to follow those questions all the way to the end. After moving to Basel, Nietzsche's life began to change. He was a young professor who was already developing a reputation as a brilliant scholar. His lectures attracted students, his work drew the attention of specialists, and his future seemed almost entirely mapped out. And yet, within Nietzsche himself, there was a growing sense that an academic career could not be his ultimate calling. He wanted something more. He was interested in more than just the past. He was interested in life itself. What makes a person strong? Why do people seek truth? Why do they create moral rules? Why do certain values seem natural to us, even though there was a time when they did not exist? And why do people so often try to escape suffering instead of trying to understand it? Nietzsche began searching for answers to these questions in philosophy. One of the most important discoveries of this period was Arthur Schopenhauer's book The World as Will and Representation. Nietzsche had read it before moving to Basel. And the book made an enormous impression on him. Schopenhauer offered a deeply pessimistic view of human existence. In his view, a human being is not a creature who first calmly thinks and then makes rational decisions. Quite the opposite. Behind our thoughts and conscious desires, there is a deeper force, the will. Human beings are constantly wanting something. They seek love, recognition, money, power, security, pleasure. But as soon as one desire is fulfilled, another appears. And so life can easily become an endless movement between desire and dissatisfaction. Between a brief moment of happiness and a new need. Schopenhauer believed that this insatiable will was the source of human suffering. For the young Nietzsche, this idea was almost a revelation. It allowed him to see human beings in an entirely different way. Not as rational creatures who are always in control of themselves, but as beings within whom there are forces they do not fully understand. This idea would stay with Nietzsche for the rest of his life. But over time, he would begin to disagree with Schopenhauer himself. Because while Schopenhauer saw the will primarily as a source of suffering, Nietzsche would gradually begin to see something else in it. Possibility. Strength. A creative impulse. The drive to overcome oneself. For the moment, however, Nietzsche was an enthusiastic reader. He even described his encounter with Schopenhauer as a kind of spiritual awakening. Interestingly, around this same period, another person entered his life and had an extraordinarily powerful influence on him. That person was the composer Richard Wagner. Wagner was about 30 years older than Nietzsche. By the time they met in person, he was already a famous composer and one of the most prominent figures in German culture. To Nietzsche, Wagner initially seemed almost like the embodiment of everything he had been searching for. He was not simply a musician. Wagner wanted to create an art form that brought together music, drama, myth, poetry, and philosophy. He turned to ancient Germanic legends and transformed them into grand musical dramas. His art was monumental, powerful, passionate, almost religious. And Nietzsche felt that perhaps a new culture could be born here. They first met in person in 1868. After that, a close relationship developed between them. Nietzsche often visited the home of Wagner and his wife, Cosima. There, he found himself among people who spoke about art, culture, philosophy, and the future of Europe. For the young philosopher, this was extraordinarily important. He saw Wagner as much more than simply a composer. He saw a man who might change culture. And perhaps even more than that. Maybe Nietzsche saw in him the image of a new kind of human being, a person who did not simply adapt to the existing world, but created a new one. It was during this period that Nietzsche began writing his first major work, devoted to the problem of Greek tragedy. It was called The Birth of Tragedy from the Spirit of Music. The book was published in 1872. And it was a highly unusual work. Nietzsche did not want simply to describe the history of ancient Greek theater. He was interested in why Greek tragedy had emerged in the first place. Why was it that the Greeks, so often imagined as a people of beauty, harmony, and reason, created an art form centered on suffering, death, conflict, and unavoidable fate? Nietzsche believed that the answer could be found in two forces, which he called the Apollonian and the Dionysian. The Apollonian is associated with form, order, measure, beauty, clarity. The Dionysian is associated with the opposite, with raw, elemental forces, ecstasy, music, irrationality, the dissolution of individual boundaries. In Nietzsche's view, great art emerges when these two forces enter into a complex relationship with one another. An ancient Greek tragedy had once managed to bring them together. In this, Nietzsche saw something very important. A person does not necessarily have to run away from the tragic side of life. Perhaps art allows us not to deny suffering, but to embrace it. Not to pretend that the world is always fair. Not to convince ourselves that death does not matter. But to see life as a whole, with both its beauty and its pain. This idea would become one of the foundations of his later philosophy. However, the birth of tragedy received a far from unanimous response. Many classical scholars criticized the book. They felt that Nietzsche was moving away from rigorous academic philology and turning the history of ancient culture into a philosophical interpretation that went far beyond the boundaries of traditional scholarship. For the young professor, this was painful. His academic reputation began to suffer. But at the same time, Nietzsche was already doing something much more important for himself. He was beginning to stop being only a philologist. Gradually, he was becoming a philosopher. And this is where one of the most fascinating transformations of his life began. A man who had once studied ancient texts for the sake of scholarship was now using antiquity to ask questions about the modern world. What had happened to European culture? Why had modern people lost their sense of tragedy? Why were they so determined to find a rational explanation for everything? Does reason truly make us stronger? And what do we lose when we try to turn life into something completely understandable and controllable? Nietzsche still did not know where these questions would lead him. But gradually, he was beginning to move away from the world in which he had grown up. From Christian faith. From traditional morality. From academic authorities. And even from the people he had once admired. Because Nietzsche's philosophy required him not only to criticize the beliefs of others. It required him to constantly examine his own. And that is why his friendship with Wagner, which at first had seemed almost ideal, would eventually begin to fall apart. And along with it, Nietzsche himself would change. He would begin searching not for a teacher. Not for a hero. Not for an authority. But for his own voice. And that solitary path would lead him toward a philosophy that could no longer be mistaken for that of Schopenhauer, Wagner, or anyone else. Several years had passed since the publication of The Birth of Tragedy. Nietzsche was still a professor in Basel, but his attitude toward his own life was gradually beginning to change. He had once believed that art could save European culture. He believed in Wagner. He believed in the power of music. He believed in the possibility of a new cultural rebirth. But over time, that faith began to weaken. At first, the changes were almost imperceptible. Nietzsche continued to spend time with Wagner, visited his home, and wrote about him with admiration. But doubts had already begun to emerge within him. Nietzsche started noticing things he had previously been unwilling to see. Wagner seemed less and less like a symbol of a new kind of art and more like a man deeply immersed in the contradictions of his own time. His art was becoming increasingly theatrical. Increasingly grand. Increasingly determined to overwhelm and impress the listener. And Nietzsche gradually began to feel that beneath all this grandeur there was something that no longer spoke to him. He was especially troubled by Wagner's return to Christian themes. For Nietzsche, this mattered deeply. He had already been moving away from the Christian worldview for many years. It seemed to him that Christianity too often taught people to turn away from earthly life in favor of another world. But Nietzsche increasingly wanted to speak about this world. About the life we have here. About the body. About strength. About creativity. About human desires. About the ability to say yes to life, even when it brings pain. His break with Wagner was not something that happened overnight. It unfolded gradually. And perhaps that was precisely why it was so painful. When we become disappointed in someone who was never especially important to us, we can usually move on. But when we lose someone we once regarded almost as a spiritual mentor, it is different. Nietzsche had to reconsider more than just his attitude toward Wagner. He had to reconsider some of his own beliefs. Because some of them had been shaped under Wagner's influence. In 1876, the first Bayreuth Festival took place. Wagner had created it for the performance of his musical dramas. It was meant to become a new cultural center, a place where art could almost become a religion. Nietzsche was there. But instead of the enthusiasm he had expected to feel, he found himself disappointed. The world that had once seemed to him like the beginning of a new cultural future suddenly appeared too theatrical. Too self-absorbed. Too far removed from the simplicity and inner strength he was searching for. Nietzsche began to distance himself. And before long, that distance became final. But along with his break with Wagner, another important process began. Nietzsche gradually abandoned the romantic idea that art, by itself, could save humanity. He became much more critical. Of art. Of religion. Of morality. Of philosophers. Of himself. In 1878, he published Human, All Too Human. This marked an important change. The book hardly resembled his earlier philosophy. There was much less romantic fascination with art. Instead, Nietzsche began to look at human beliefs in a much more sober way. He asked questions that could even seem uncomfortable. Why do people consider certain things moral? Why do they believe in God? Why do they worship heroes? Why do they create ideals? And do our beliefs really arise because they are true? Perhaps, sometimes, we consider something true simply because believing in it is psychologically convenient. This was a very important change in Nietzsche's way of thinking. He began to examine philosophical ideas not merely as abstract statements about the world. He began to ask, and who benefits from believing this? What need lies behind this idea? What kind of person does this system of values produce? And what happens to a person when they accept it as truth? It was here that one of Nietzsche's most distinctive ways of thinking gradually began to take shape. He did not simply ask whether a particular belief was true. He wanted to know where it came from. What history this idea had. What human needs stood behind it. What forces had shaped it. Later, this approach would become extraordinarily important to his critique of morality. But for the moment, Nietzsche was going through a very difficult period in his personal life. His health was growing steadily worse. He suffered from severe headaches, problems with his vision, attacks of nausea, and physical exhaustion. Sometimes the pain was so intense that he could barely work. In 1879, after 10 years at the University of Basel, Nietzsche was forced to leave his position as a professor. He was only 34 years old. For an academic career, it could have seemed like a catastrophe. He no longer had a permanent job. He had no stable place to live. He had no guaranteed future. But it was at this very moment that a new chapter of his life began. Nietzsche became a traveler. He lived in different cities throughout Switzerland, Italy, and France. He moved from place to place. He stayed in boarding houses and small hotels. His life became simple, almost ascetic. He walked a great deal. Read. Wrote. Thought. And it was during these long walks that many of his most important ideas began to take shape. Nietzsche was especially fond of the mountains. He spent a great deal of time in Sils Maria, in the Engadin Valley. There, he found the silence he increasingly needed. Sometimes he would walk for hours. He believed that genuine philosophical thought should move together with the body. A philosopher did not necessarily have to be someone who simply sat at a desk. Thought could also be born in movement, in observation, in solitude, in the changing of the seasons, in the cold mountain air, in simple things. This was important for another reason as well. Nietzsche increasingly came to see the body not as something secondary to the mind. Quite the opposite. For him, the body was becoming the foundation of human existence. Our thoughts, beliefs, and even our moral views may be connected to the way we live, what we feel, what we desire, and what we fear. A human being is not pure reason. We are living creatures. And that is why philosophy should not begin somewhere in a distant world of abstractions. It should begin with life. During this period, Nietzsche became increasingly isolated. His relationships with many of his old friends gradually weakened. He felt less and less like a part of the academic world. But solitude had another side as well. It gave him freedom. He no longer had to meet the expectations of a university. He no longer had to defend a particular academic tradition. He no longer had to support Wagner. He no longer had to remain the Nietzsche his colleagues had known. He could begin again. And it was in this solitude that the Nietzsche we know today began to take shape. A philosopher who did not want to give people ready-made answers. A philosopher who wanted to teach them to ask dangerous questions. During the 1880s, his ideas became increasingly radical. He began to speak about the revaluation of values. About the death of God. About slave morality and master morality. About the will to power. About the Übermensch. But all of these ideas still had to pass through his own inner struggle. Because before calling on others to overcome themselves, Nietzsche had to learn how to live without the supports that had sustained him in childhood. Without faith. Without an academic career. Without Wagner. Without established authorities. Without a ready-made answer to the question of what makes life worth living at all. And perhaps that is why his philosophy became so personal. Nietzsche did not simply write about overcoming. He himself lived in a state of constant self-overcoming. He lost old beliefs. Created new ones. Then began to doubt those as well. And once again, he continued the search. And so, gradually, his central demand of the human being began to take shape. Do not stop at what you have already become. Because the human being is not a finished creature. It is a process. A constant movement. A constant becoming. And it was this idea that would soon lead Nietzsche to one of his most famous images, the image of the Übermensch. But before he could fully formulate that idea, he would have to descend even deeper into his own solitude. And it was there, among the mountains, the long walks, and the almost complete absence of other people, that the voice of Zarathustra would begin to speak. In the 1880s, Nietzsche's life was becoming increasingly lonely. He hardly had a permanent home. He moved from city to city, searching for a place where his body would allow him to work and his mind to remain clear. In the summer, he often traveled to the Swiss Alps. A small valley called Sils Maria became a special place in his life. There, surrounded by mountains, lakes, and quiet paths, Nietzsche spent long hours alone. He walked a great deal. For him, walking was almost a necessity. Nietzsche believed that thought should move together with the body. And it was during these long walks that ideas gradually began to take shape, ideas that would transform his entire philosophy. Nietzsche no longer wanted simply to criticize old beliefs. He wanted to understand what might replace them. If a person could no longer live simply by believing in God, then what remained? If traditional morality no longer seemed convincing, then what could we build our lives upon? If old values were collapsing, did that mean that nothing but emptiness lay ahead? Nietzsche did not want to accept that possibility. Perhaps the destruction of the old was not the end. Perhaps it was a beginning. It was here that one of Nietzsche's most important ideas gradually emerged, the revaluation of all values. A person must learn to look at their moral beliefs as though they were seeing them for the first time. Not accept them simply because they have been handed down through tradition. Not call something good merely because society has always called it good. Instead, we must ask, where did this value come from? Whom does it serve? What kind of person does it create? Does it help life become stronger? Or does it, instead, make a person weaker? For Nietzsche, this was no longer simply a philosophical exercise. It was a struggle over the very meaning of what it means to be human. He became increasingly convinced that European culture was experiencing a profound crisis. Old religious beliefs were weakening. Science was becoming more and more influential. But even if a person understands how the world works, that still does not answer the most important question. What should we live for? It was in this situation that Nietzsche saw the danger of nihilism. Nihilism emerges when old values no longer have any power, while new ones have not yet been created. A person may then begin to feel that nothing matters. That there is no real purpose. That life simply happens, while we move through it without direction. This was exactly what Nietzsche feared. But he did not want to fight nihilism by simply returning to the old faith. He was looking for another path. A person must learn to create values for themselves. Not receive them ready-made. But create them. This is where the concept of the Übermensch, or Superman, appears. Nietzsche's Übermensch is not a fantastic creature. Not a person with extraordinary physical abilities. Not a dictator. Not a ruler over other people. And certainly not a biological race supposedly superior to others. This idea has often been misunderstood. For Nietzsche, the Übermensch is an image of a person who has managed to overcome themselves. A person who does not live solely according to ready-made rules. Who is capable of creating their own values. Who is not afraid to take responsibility for their own life. And who does not try to become better than other people. They try to become better than the person they were yesterday. That is why Nietzsche speaks of overcoming humanity. For him, humanity is not the final destination. It is a transition. A bridge between who we are now and who we might become. He would express this idea through one of his most famous images. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Übermensch. A rope stretched over an abyss. This image is important. Because it does not promise human beings peace. Quite the opposite. It speaks of risk. Of uncertainty. Of the need to keep moving forward, even when there is no guarantee that we will not fall. And it was in order to express these ideas that Nietzsche created one of the most famous characters in the history of philosophy. Zarathustra. In 1883, the first part of Thus Spoke Zarathustra was published. Its central character was a hermit and prophet who, after many years of solitude, descends from the mountains to the people. Zarathustra speaks to them about the future. About humanity. About God. About morality. About life. About death. But his words often sound less like ordinary philosophical arguments. They resemble parables. Prophecies. Poetic images. Almost biblical sermons. This was intentional. Nietzsche created a book whose form resembled a sacred text, while at the same time questioning the values upon which Christian Europe had traditionally been built. Zarathustra declares, "God is dead." This became one of the most famous phrases in philosophy. But Nietzsche did not mean the literal death of God. He was speaking about the loss of traditional faith's power as the absolute foundation of European culture. And with that loss came a much more difficult task for humanity. How do we live when the old absolute answers no longer work? This is where the Übermensch takes on its true meaning. It has nothing to do with power over others. It has to do with power over oneself. With inner discipline. With the courage to face life without ready-made guarantees. Zarathustra speaks of humanity as something that must overcome itself. But this overcoming does not mean escaping human nature. Quite the opposite. A person must accept it. Accept their body. Their desires. Their strength. Their weaknesses. Their mortality. Their fear. And even their suffering. Because Nietzsche was becoming increasingly convinced. Life cannot be divided into a pleasant part that we accept and a painful part that we try to escape. If we say yes to life, we must say yes to it as a whole. And here we come to another extraordinarily important idea in Nietzsche's philosophy. The idea of eternal recurrence. Imagine, he says, that one day a demon comes to you and tells you, you will have to live your entire life all over again. Every day. Every joy. Every mistake. Every pain. Every loss. Every little detail. And not just once. But an infinite number of times. How would you react? With horror? Or would you be able to say, yes, I want this? For Nietzsche, this becomes a kind of test of a person's relationship with their own life. If we hate our past, constantly regret what we have done, and dream of having lived a different life, then the very thought of repeating it would seem unbearable. But if a person is capable of accepting their life so deeply that they would agree to live it again, then that means something entirely different. It means saying a complete yes to life. Not only to its bright moments, but to everything. Successes. Failures. Love. Loneliness. Beauty. Pain. And death. This was one of the highest forms of affirmation of life that Nietzsche could imagine. And perhaps that is why his philosophy, despite all its severity, is not really a philosophy of despair. It begins with the destruction of old illusions. But its goal is not to leave a person standing among the ruins. Its goal is to force a person to learn how to create. To create themselves. To create their own values. To create their own way of life. And gradually become what they are not yet. Nietzsche himself lived in a state of constant movement and self-overcoming. He left his academic career. He abandoned many of his old beliefs. He experienced loneliness and constant health problems. But he continued to write. He continued to think. He continued to search. And perhaps this is one of the most important things we can take from his life. Sometimes a person begins to find themselves precisely when their old understanding of who they are no longer works. When the familiar path disappears. When there is no ready-made answer. When all that remains is silence. And a question. Who do I want to become? Nietzsche did not give a simple answer. He only pointed the way. Forward. Toward yourself. And then, beyond who you were yesterday. But behind this philosophy of strength, self-overcoming, and affirmation of life was a deeply personal problem. Nietzsche was becoming more and more alone. And into his life came a person who, for a brief time, became almost the center of everything. Her name was Lou Salome. And meeting her would become one of the most painful stories in the philosopher's life. There were few people in Nietzsche's life whom he truly considered his intellectual equals. He gradually drifted away from his former friends. His relationship with Wagner had finally become a thing of the past. And the academic world to which he had once belonged no longer felt like home. Nietzsche increasingly lived alone. He moved from place to place, spending months in small boarding houses. His life could seem almost hermit-like. But he was still searching for people with whom he could speak at the level that mattered to him. And in 1882, such a person appeared. Her name was Lou Andrea Salome. She was a young woman with an exceptionally strong character and intellect. She was only 21 years old. But she was already interested in philosophy, religion, and psychology. She read widely and was not afraid to argue with men who considered themselves intellectually superior to her. For Nietzsche, this meeting was enormously important. He saw in Lou someone with whom he could talk about more than everyday matters. He saw an intellectual equal. Perhaps even someone capable of understanding him. They were introduced by a mutual acquaintance, the German philosopher Paul Rée. Before long, an unusual intellectual alliance formed among the three. Nietzsche, Lou Salome, Paul Rée. They talked at length. They discussed philosophy, religion, morality, human nature, the future of culture, Nietzsche's ideas, Schopenhauer's views, human psychology. It seemed like exactly the kind of intellectual environment Nietzsche had been searching for all those years. He even dreamed of living together, with the three of them working, reading, and discussing philosophy. But it soon became clear that, for Nietzsche, this story was not purely intellectual. He fell in love with Lou. And it seems that his feelings were much stronger than he initially wanted to admit to himself. Nietzsche proposed to her. She rejected him. Lou did not want a traditional marriage, nor did she want to become anyone's wife. She valued freedom. She wanted to build her own life on her own terms. For Nietzsche, this rejection was painful. And the situation became even more complicated. Paul Rée was also in love with Lou. And a complicated emotional story began to unfold between the three of them. Nietzsche tried to preserve their friendship. But his feelings made that increasingly difficult. Eventually, Lou and Paul Rée decided to continue their lives together. Nietzsche was left on the outside. His sister, Elizabeth, also had a negative view of Lou. She considered her a dangerous woman who might ruin her brother's life. Because of this, Nietzsche's relationship with his sister became even more complicated. And once again, he was left alone. This story could have been nothing more than a sad tale of unrequited love. But for Nietzsche, it carried a deeper personal meaning. It showed him something he already knew in theory. A person cannot always control their own feelings. You can be a brilliant philosopher. You can speak about freedom and strength of will. And still remain vulnerable to love. To loneliness. To rejection. To the fear of losing someone. And perhaps that is why Nietzsche's later writings became increasingly personal. He was no longer simply analyzing human weaknesses. He was experiencing them himself. After what happened with Lou Salome, Nietzsche returned to solitude. But now solitude had become almost a way of life for him. He began to see it not only as a punishment. It could also be freedom. When there are no people around constantly telling you who you are supposed to be, it becomes easier to hear your own voice. But freedom has its price. The farther Nietzsche moved away from others, the fewer people remained by his side. His books sold very poorly. He had no large audience. Many of his contemporaries simply did not understand what he was trying to say. He wrote in an unusual style. In short fragments. Aphorisms. Parables. Poetic images. Sometimes almost like riddles. His texts required more than simply reading. They required returning to them. Rereading individual sentences. Stopping. Thinking. Doubting. Nietzsche himself knew that he would have few readers. He even wrote about a future reader who had not yet been born. It was an almost paradoxical position. He was writing for people he did not know. For the future. And at the same time, in his own lifetime, he remained almost unknown. During this period, he produced one book after another. Beyond Good and Evil. On the Genealogy of Morality. Twilight of the Idols. The Antichrist. Ecce Homo. His style became increasingly sharp. He was no longer simply asking questions. He was attacking. Attacking moral beliefs. Religion. Philosophical traditions. The cultural habits of Europe. And even himself. But behind this sharpness was one central goal. Nietzsche wanted to force people to wake up. He believed that we often live on autopilot. We do what everyone else does. We believe what our parents believed. We call something good because society has called it good. We pursue what is expected of us. And we rarely ask ourselves, but what do I actually want? What do I truly value? What kind of life would I want to live? And are my desires really my own? For Nietzsche, these questions were extraordinarily important. But now they were no longer merely philosophical problems. They were becoming personal. Nietzsche himself was trying to live in such a way that he would not allow other people's expectations to determine his path. And he paid for that freedom with loneliness. He was left with almost no friends. He became distant from his family. He had no stable home. He had no conventional family life. His health continued to deteriorate. But he did not return to his old beliefs simply because they might have made his life easier. This is one of the most contradictory aspects of Nietzsche. He did not promise people happiness. He did not say that the right life would be comfortable. Quite the opposite. He often suggested that the path toward oneself might require pain, loneliness, and giving up the things that provide a sense of security. But suffering itself was not the goal. What mattered was what a person did with it. What do you do with your pain? Do you allow it to break you? Or can you transform it into strength? Perhaps this is where his philosophy becomes most personal. Because behind all the talk of strength and self-overcoming was a man who knew firsthand what physical pain, loneliness, rejection, and alienation felt like. He was not speaking from the position of someone who had conquered every difficulty. He was speaking from within the struggle. And perhaps that is why his words so often sound both severe and strangely gentle at the same time. He demanded a great deal from human beings. But above all else, he demanded honesty with oneself. In 1888, Nietzsche was going through an extraordinarily productive period. He was writing at tremendous speed, producing book after book. It seemed as though he had finally found his own voice. But alongside this creative surge, his mental state was becoming increasingly unstable. He began writing letters whose tone grew stranger and stranger. In them, he referred to himself by different names. He made grandiose declarations. He wrote about his mission. And gradually, it became clear that something serious was happening to him. Then came January 1889. In Turin, Nietzsche suffered a mental breakdown. It was a moment after which his life would never be the same. The man who had spent his entire life trying to understand human nature had himself lost the ability to return to ordinary life. More than 10 years still lay ahead. But the philosopher Nietzsche would almost never write again. His most important books had already been completed. His ideas remained on paper. And he himself gradually withdrew into silence. And it was after this that the final, most tragic chapter of his story would begin. The story of a man who received almost none of the recognition during his lifetime that his work deserved. But after his death, became one of the most influential figures in the history of world philosophy. In January 1889, a man walked the streets of Turin who, only recently, had considered himself one of Europe's sharpest thinkers. His name was Friedrich Nietzsche. He was 44 years old. Behind him were years of work, loneliness, and an almost complete lack of recognition. But now his life was approaching a moment after which it would never be the same. At the time, Nietzsche was living in Turin. He was writing a great deal. The year 1888 had been extraordinarily productive for him. One new book after another appeared. His ideas were becoming increasingly bold. His style increasingly sharp. It seemed as though he had finally found his own voice. But alongside this creative surge, his mental state was rapidly deteriorating. The exact nature of his illness remains a subject of debate. Historians and medical experts have offered different explanations for what was happening to Nietzsche. But one thing is certain. In January 1889, an event occurred that would change his life forever. One day, Nietzsche went out into the streets of Turin. There, he saw a coachman beating his horse. The animal could not defend itself. And when Nietzsche saw this, he rushed toward it. He threw his arms around the horse's neck and began to cry. After that, he was never able to return to ordinary life. His behavior became increasingly chaotic. He wrote strange letters to friends and acquaintances. He signed them with different names. He called himself Dionysus. Sometimes, the Crucified One. These letters contained grandiose declarations about his own historical mission. The people who knew Nietzsche realized that something was seriously wrong. He was taken to a psychiatric clinic in Jena. Later, his mother, Franziska, brought him home. At first, he lived with her. Later, after his mother's death, his sister Elizabeth took care of him. Nietzsche's philosophical work had effectively come to an end. He had another 11 years of life ahead of him. But these would be years of silence. The man who had spent his entire life writing about overcoming oneself could no longer continue his work. His most important books had already been written. His ideas remained on paper. And he himself gradually withdrew into silence. And this is where one of the most complicated stories surrounding his legacy begins. Because Nietzsche could no longer explain his ideas himself. Others began to do it for him. His sister Elizabeth played a particularly important role. Their relationship had never been simple. Nietzsche disagreed with many of her views. In particular, he strongly disapproved of her marriage to Bernhard Forster, a German nationalist and outspoken anti-Semite. Nietzsche himself was deeply opposed to anti-Semitism. He criticized anti-Semitic attitudes and people who attempted to associate his name with them. So after his mental breakdown, the situation surrounding his legacy became especially controversial. Elizabeth gained significant control over her brother's archive. She was involved in publishing his materials. She edited texts. She influenced how he was presented to readers. The history of the book The Will to Power became especially important. Nietzsche never published it as a completed philosophical treatise. After his death, a book was assembled from a large collection of his notes and later presented as a systematic account of his views. For a long time, it was treated almost on the same level as Nietzsche's completed works. But modern scholarship requires caution when reading his legacy. Not every idea in his working notes represented a final position. Not every fragment was intended for publication. And not every system that was later constructed from his notes was actually created by Nietzsche himself. In the 20th century, his legacy became even more controversial. Various political and ideological movements attempted to use his name for their own purposes. This was especially true of Nazi Germany. Nietzsche was posthumously used in Nazi propaganda. His works and archive were deliberately associated with representatives of the regime. Elizabeth, who outlived her brother, supported the National Socialists. As a result, an image emerged of Nietzsche as supposedly a precursor to racism, nationalism, and Nazism. But this image significantly distorts his own views. Nietzsche criticized German nationalism. He despised anti-Semitism. And he opposed many forms of collective thinking that placed the nation above the individual. His idea of the Übermensch was not a racial concept either. It was about self-overcoming. About creativity. About creating values. About surpassing one's own limitations. That is why later scholars began returning more carefully to Nietzsche's original texts and separating them from interpretations that emerged after his death. But while debates raged around his legacy, Nietzsche himself lived a very quiet life. After his mother's death in 1897, Elizabeth moved him to Weimar. There, she established the Nietzsche Archive. His name gradually became better known. People began reading his books. Writers, artists, psychologists, and philosophers turned to his ideas. But Nietzsche himself was almost completely unable to comprehend the scale of what was happening. And this is perhaps one of the most tragic details of his biography. When he was young, he dreamed of a reader of the future. He understood that his books might go unnoticed. He even wrote about a time when he would finally be understood. And now that time was gradually arriving. But the author himself was no longer there to see it. On August 25, 1900, Friedrich Nietzsche died in Weimar. He was 55 years old. He was buried in Rocken, the same small village where he had been born. The place where his life had begun. The place where he had grown up in the family of a pastor. The place where a little boy had once believed in God. And now he was buried as the man who had made the death of God one of the most famous phrases in modern philosophy. There is something almost symbolic about the way it all came together. He was born into a quiet religious world. And he died leaving behind a philosophy that forced Europe to confront what might happen if the old world could no longer remain what it had been. But Nietzsche's death was not the end of his story. In fact, it was the beginning of his true fame. His books began to be read far more widely. His ideas influenced philosophy, psychology, literature, art, and cultural theory. Thinkers such as Martin Heidegger, Karl Jaspers, Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, Albert Camus, Jean-Paul Sartre, Michel Foucault, and many others turned to his work. Some embraced his ideas. Some rejected them. Some tried to reinterpret them. But after Nietzsche, it became much harder to look at humanity, morality, and culture in quite the same way. His legacy proved far more complicated than any single interpretation. He did not leave behind a finished system that could simply be accepted. He left questions. What is a human being? What makes life valuable? Can we create our own values? Are we capable of accepting life not only in its light, but also in its darkness? And what happens to a person when the old answers no longer work? Perhaps that is why Nietzsche remains relevant. Not because we should agree with everything he wrote. Quite the opposite. His philosophy almost constantly provokes disagreement. It forces us to argue, to doubt, to examine, to return to our own beliefs, and ultimately, to ask ourselves, if the old authorities disappear, if no one can tell us anymore who we are supposed to be, if ready-made rules no longer provide an answer, who, then, will decide what our lives should become? Nietzsche would answer, we will. But that answer is much harder than it sounds. Because freedom is not only the ability to choose. It is also responsibility for what we choose. And perhaps that is Nietzsche's final lesson, not to become stronger than everyone else, but to gradually learn how to become the author of yourself. Not a copy. Not a reflection of other people's expectations. Not the person others want you to be. But yourself. And this is where his story stops being merely the biography of one German philosopher. It becomes a question that Nietzsche left for each of us. If you had to live your life all over again, with not a single thing changed, could you say yes to it? There is one phrase by Nietzsche that even people who have never read his books know. God is dead. These 3 words became so famous that, over time, they almost turned into a symbol of their own. People repeat them, quote them, use them in conversations about religion, atheism, science, and the modern world. But very often, these words are understood in a completely different way from what Nietzsche intended. He did not simply want to say, God does not exist. That would have been far too simple. His idea was much broader. When Nietzsche speaks of the death of God, he is speaking above all about a transformation in the very way Europeans understand the world. For centuries, Christianity had been more than just a religion. It was one of the foundations of European culture. It explained what good was, what evil was, why people should be moral, why we should live, what happens after death, where moral laws come from, and what makes human life meaningful. God was not simply one belief among many. God was the foundation of an entire system. Now imagine that this foundation begins to disappear. People increasingly place their trust in science, in rational thought, in historical scholarship. They begin to question sacred texts, tradition, and the authority of the Church. The old worldview gradually loses its power to convince. But along with this comes a problem. If God was the foundation of morality, then what happens to morality after the death of God? If God is no longer the source of absolute truth, then what grounds our confidence in what is true? If God no longer defines good and evil, then where do we get the right to call something good and something else evil? This was the question that troubled Nietzsche. And that is why his phrase does not sound like a triumph. It sounds almost like a report of a catastrophe. In The Gay Science, Nietzsche tells one of the most famous parables in the history of philosophy. The parable of the madman. Imagine an ordinary morning. A city. A public square. People going about their business. And suddenly, in broad daylight, a man appears carrying a lit lantern. He runs into the square and cries, "I seek God. I seek God." People look at him. Then they begin to laugh. Someone asks whether God has gotten lost. Others make jokes. To these people, the question itself already seems absurd. They live in a world where old religious beliefs are gradually losing their power. They no longer see God as the real foundation of their lives. And that is why they cannot understand why this man is behaving as though something terrible has happened. But the madman does not laugh. He looks at them and says, "Where is God?" And then he continues, "We have killed him, you and I." And this is where the most important part begins. Because if God is dead, then the question becomes, what exactly have we done? Nietzsche is not talking about the literal killing of God. We means the people of European culture. Those who, over the course of centuries, gradually undermined the old system of faith, science, rationalism, historical criticism, philosophy, doubt. All of these things gradually changed the way human beings looked at the world. But people did not realize the full scale of the consequences. You can give up your faith. But it is much harder to give up the values that were built upon that faith over centuries. You can say, "I no longer believe in God," and yet continue living as though the moral rules that emerged from a religious world remain absolute in themselves. This is the contradiction Nietzsche is trying to reveal. We have destroyed the foundation of the old house. But we continue living inside it as though nothing has changed. The walls are still standing. The roof is still over our heads. The windows are still in place. People continue living their ordinary lives. But the foundation is gone. And sooner or later, the house will begin to shake. This is how Nietzsche saw the condition of European culture. It continued to use old moral concepts while gradually losing faith in what had once made those concepts absolute. And this is where nihilism emerges. We have spoken about it before. But now we can see it from another perspective. Nihilism does not arise simply when a person thinks that nothing has meaning. It arises when old values no longer convince us, while new ones have not yet been created. A person continues to live, to work, to love, to make plans, to pursue success. But suddenly asks, why? Why should this matter to me? Why do I consider this good? Why do I want this particular kind of life? And if the old answers no longer work, what will replace them? For Nietzsche, this was not merely an intellectual problem. It could become a profound cultural crisis. Because a person can lose not only their faith in God, they can lose their sense of what life is worth living for at all. And that is why the madman in the parable does not simply say, "God is dead." He asks much more frightening questions. He asks, where are we moving? Are we not wandering through infinite nothingness? Has it not become colder? And then he asks, are we not wandering as though through an infinite nothingness? This no longer sounds like a victory over religion. Quite the opposite. It sounds like a fear of the emptiness that might come after it. And perhaps that is why the people in the square do not understand the madman. They have not yet realized what he is trying to tell them. To them, the death of God is simply a rejection of the old faith. To Nietzsche, it is the beginning of an enormous historical transformation. The old world can no longer remain what it was. But the new world has not yet been created. And this is where Nietzsche's philosophy takes an unexpected turn. He does not suggest returning to the old foundation. He does not say, believe again, and the problem will disappear. He believes that going back is no longer possible. If old values have lost their power, human beings must learn to live without ready-made answers. And that means freedom. But freedom also brings responsibility. No one can definitively tell us anymore. This is the right way. A person must think for themselves about what they consider valuable. But it is important not to understand Nietzsche too simply here. He is not saying, do whatever you want. That would not be freedom. It would simply be arbitrariness. Creating your own values is much harder than breaking someone else's rules. Breaking a rule is easy. It is much harder to understand what principles you want to live by and then consistently live according to them. That is why freedom in Nietzsche is connected not only with choice. It is connected with self-overcoming. A person must learn not merely to get what they want, but to understand themselves deeply enough to gradually become the author of their own life. Here it is useful to imagine a person as the author of a book. An author cannot endlessly blame the editor. They cannot say, someone else wrote it for me. They are responsible for the text. In the same way, a person must gradually learn to take responsibility for who they become. And this is where the connection between the death of God and the idea of the Übermensch appears. For Nietzsche, the Übermensch is not simply a stronger person. Nor is it a ruler over others. What matters more in this context is this. It is an image of a person who can survive the collapse of old values without remaining in emptiness. They do not simply receive freedom. They take on the burden of that freedom. They must create, reevaluate, change themselves, and learn to say yes to life even when it offers no ready-made guarantees. But this creates another difficult question. If a person creates their own values, does that mean that any value automatically becomes good? Can absolutely anything be called good? Nietzsche does not offer such a simple answer. What matters to him is what a particular value does to life itself. Does it encourage growth? Does it expand a person's possibilities? Does it make them capable of creating? Does it help them become stronger, not in the sense of dominating others, but in the sense of being able to withstand the complexity of their own existence? Here we return once again to one of Nietzsche's central themes, life. Life does not need to be justified by some other world. There is no need to prove that earthly existence has meaning only because another life awaits us after death. For Nietzsche, life itself must become the source of value. Not an escape from it. Not a denial of it. Not an attempt to pretend that pain does not exist. But an acceptance of life together with everything it brings. Joy. Suffering. Love. Loss. Loneliness, chance, and death. And so Nietzsche's question gradually shifts. Not, does God exist? But, how should a person live if they can no longer rely on God as the ultimate source of meaning? And this question remains relevant today. Even now, people may call themselves religious or non-religious. But the problem Nietzsche recognized has not disappeared. What is our highest value? Why do we consider it important? And is it really our choice? Because perhaps the most dangerous form of nihilism is not even the feeling of emptiness. It is living according to old rules without understanding why we continue to obey them. A person may no longer believe in God and yet continue living according to moral frameworks they have never seriously examined for themselves. They may pursue success because that is what people are expected to do. Pursue wealth because that is what they were taught. Seek approval because they fear judgment. Call something right simply because everyone else does it. And this is where Nietzsche's philosophy becomes especially uncomfortable. It forces us to ask, why do I consider this right? Not because the church said so. Not because my family said so. Not because society expects it. But why do I believe it? This does not mean that every old belief must be rejected. Nietzsche is not calling for the destruction of everything simply because it is old. He demands something else. Examine it. Question it. Understand where your values came from. And only then decide what is truly worth keeping as part of your life. That is why the death of God is not simply the death of a religious idea. It is the moment when a person suddenly finds themselves without a ready-made map. Before, they could say, "This is the path." Now they look ahead and see uncertainty. There is no predetermined route. There is no guarantee that someone already knows the right answer. And this is where freedom becomes frightening. Because if there is no ready-made map, then the responsibility for the direction lies with you. You can make a mistake. You can choose the wrong path. You can create a value that turns out to be destructive. But you can no longer completely shift the responsibility onto some external authority. Perhaps this is what Nietzsche wanted to show through his madman. He enters the square and announces an event whose full significance the people do not yet understand. They laugh. And he lights a lantern in broad daylight, as though trying to find God where God is no longer. There is something deeply tragic about this image. A person is searching for light. But now, perhaps, they must learn to create it themselves. That is why the death of God in Nietzsche is not the end of philosophy. It is the beginning of a new question. If the old sources of meaning can no longer be accepted unconditionally, if old values no longer have an obvious claim over us, then what will we do next? Will we remain in emptiness? Will we return to old answers simply because we are afraid of freedom? Or will we try to create something new? Nietzsche does not promise that this will be easy. Quite the opposite. He shows us how frightening freedom can be when there are no ready-made answers. But at the same time, this is precisely where the possibility of a new life appears. A life in which a person does not simply inherit their values, but participates in creating them. And perhaps the most important question after the death of God is not, "What do I no longer believe in?" but, "What am I willing to believe in after I have examined my own convictions?" Because if all our beliefs were once created by someone, then which of them are we still carrying simply out of habit? And what would happen if, one day, we dared to examine every one of them? Not destroy them. Not automatically reject them. But simply ask. Perhaps that is where genuine freedom begins. But freedom without ready-made values can easily turn into emptiness. And so Nietzsche's next question becomes even more difficult. If the old values have died, is humanity capable of creating new ones? If old values no longer convince a person, what happens next? This question lies at the very heart of Nietzsche's philosophy. Because it is not enough to say, "God is gone." It is not enough to reject religion. It is not enough to stop trusting old authorities. After that, an empty space remains. And that space has to be filled with something. This is where Nietzsche encounters nihilism. The word nihilism comes from the Latin nihil, nothing. In the simplest sense, nihilism is the belief that nothing has any genuine value or meaning. But Nietzsche understood it in a much more nuanced way. For him, nihilism was not simply a philosophical position. It was a historical and psychological condition. A condition in which the highest values lose their power. A person still remembers what they once believed in, but they can no longer fully believe it. They can still talk about goodness, about justice, about truth, about morality. But inside, they no longer feel the certainty that earlier generations had. It is like waking up in your own house and suddenly realizing that all the familiar objects are still in their places, but the house itself is no longer standing on solid ground. From the outside, nothing has changed. But the foundation is gone. This is how Nietzsche saw the crisis of European culture. It continued to use the old words. But it was gradually losing faith in what had made those words meaningful. And here an important distinction emerges. Nietzsche did not believe that nihilism was simply a person saying, "I don't care about anything." Nihilism can appear precisely in a very serious person. In someone who has thought too much, doubted too much, seen too much. A person may ask, "Why do I live?" and find no answer. Then, "Why should I be good?" and again, find no final answer. Then, "Why is truth better than lies?" and gradually discover that many things that once seemed obvious actually require justification. This is how nihilism can begin. First, a person loses one source of support. Then another. Then another. And eventually asks, "Is there anything at all that I can rely on?" Nietzsche believed that Europe was only beginning to enter this crisis. His contemporaries might not have noticed it. They continued to believe in progress, in science, in the moral improvement of humanity, in political ideals. But Nietzsche asked, what is all of this built upon? If a person rejects God but continues to speak of absolute goodness, where does that goodness come from? If they no longer believe in a divine order, why are they still convinced that history is moving toward a better future? If life has no predetermined purpose, why should we consider progress something good? These were uncomfortable questions. And Nietzsche was not afraid of them. He even believed that nihilism was, in a certain sense, a necessary stage. Because it is impossible to create new values while a person still believes that the old ones are absolute. First, you have to see the emptiness. Acknowledge it. Experience it. And only then try to create something new. That is why Nietzsche does not simply condemn nihilism. He tries to understand it. He sees it as a symptom. A symptom that the old system of values no longer corresponds to life. But at the same time, he sees the danger in it. Because a person who has lost their sense of meaning can take different paths. They can fall into despair. They can search for a new dogma. They can blindly submit to any authority that offers them a simple answer. Or they can dare to live without ready-made answers. This last path especially interested Nietzsche. After all, it is much easier to receive a ready-made answer. A person can say, "This is right because my religion says so." Or, "This is right because society thinks so." Or, "This is right because everyone does it." A ready-made answer frees us from the need to doubt. But at the same time, it also frees us from responsibility. If someone else has already created the value, all that remains is to accept it. But what happens when there is no longer an authority to whom we can hand over that responsibility? Then a person is left alone with the question of what exactly they consider valuable. And that is much harder than simply rejecting old beliefs. Destroying an old foundation does not mean you have found a new one. That is why Nietzsche does not stop at declaring the death of old values. He is interested in what happens after their collapse. What should a person do when they can no longer live according to the old rules but have not yet found new ones? This is the real problem of nihilism. Because emptiness itself creates nothing. It can become an ending. Or it can become a beginning. And here Nietzsche's philosophy takes an important turn. Perhaps life does not need an external justification. Perhaps it does not need some ultimate meaning that exists somewhere beyond life itself. Perhaps meaning can emerge within the process of living itself. Through creativity. Through love. Through work. Through knowledge. Through the way a person chooses to live. This means that life is no longer a task with a ready-made answer. It becomes an open process. Like a blank page. No one has given you a finished text. But that is precisely why you can begin writing it yourself. Of course, this does not mean complete freedom from circumstances. Nietzsche understood very well that a person does not choose everything. We do not choose the time in which we are born. We do not choose our parents. We do not control every event that happens to us. But one question remains. What do we do with what we are given? This is where one of the important features of Nietzsche's attitude toward life appears, the refusal to constantly search for an excuse or justification for what has already happened. Life does not have to be made perfect before we can consider it valuable. There will be mistakes, losses, pain, chance, uncertainty. But all of these things also belong to life. So instead of constantly asking, why did this happen to me? Nietzsche gradually leads a person toward another question. What can I do with what happened? This shift is enormously important. It moves a person from passively waiting for a ready-made meaning to actively engaging with their own life. And this is where nihilism gradually becomes a possibility. At first, a person realizes the old meaning is gone. Then they pass through the emptiness. And then they ask a different question. What can I create in its place? This is one of the deepest differences between Nietzsche and simple pessimism. A pessimist looks at the world and says, everything is terrible. Nietzsche looks at the world and asks, if the world is not what we wish it were, what are we going to do about it? This question does not offer an easy answer. But it opens a new direction in his philosophy. Because if old values can no longer be our foundation, a person must learn to live without ready-made guarantees. And then an even more difficult question arises. If meaning is not given to us in advance, if no one can live our life for us, then what must a person become if they dare to create their own values? This is the question Nietzsche would attempt to answer through one of the most controversial ideas in his philosophy. The Übermensch. After old values lose their absolute power, a completely different question arises for a person. What can they become? This is where one of Nietzsche's most famous ideas appears in his philosophy. The idea of the Übermensch. In German, Übermensch. This word is often translated as Superman or Overman. And almost immediately, it creates an image of an extraordinarily powerful person. Someone who is physically superior to others. Someone who has power. Someone who can dominate. Someone who stands above society and does whatever they want. But that is not what Nietzsche meant. For him, the Übermensch is not a superhero. Not a biologically perfect being. Not a member of some superior race. And not simply the strongest person. It is more like an image of a person who is capable of overcoming themselves. And this distinction is extremely important. Nietzsche does not ask, how can a person become stronger than others? He asks, how can a person become greater than they were yesterday? In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, this idea becomes especially clear. Zarathustra speaks to people about the human being as something that must be overcome. For Nietzsche, the human being is not the final point. The human being is a transition. A bridge between who we are now and who we might become. There is something very unusual about this image. We are used to thinking of a human being as a finished creature. Born, grown up, educated, employed, starting a family, growing old, dying. A human life seems to have a predetermined shape. But Nietzsche looks at the human being differently. He does not see a finished creature. He sees possibility. A person is not finished yet. They can change themselves. They can create themselves. They can reject old ways of living. They can become more complex, deeper, stronger, more creative. That is why the Übermensch is not a specific person who will one day appear. It is a direction, a point of orientation, an image of the future. Just as the horizon is not a place you can simply arrive at, the Übermensch is not a final destination where development comes to an end. The moment a person decides, I have become the Übermensch, they have, in a sense, already stopped moving. Because for Nietzsche, life is a process of constant becoming. And here we encounter the idea of self-overcoming. A person must learn to overcome not only external obstacles. The most important opponent is often found within. It may be fear, habit, dependence on other people's opinions, or even the belief, this is just who I am. Imagine someone who has spent their entire life thinking of themselves as a coward. They say, that's just the kind of person I am. For Nietzsche, this statement is already a problem. Because it turns a temporary condition into a permanent identity. Maybe you have often been afraid. But that does not mean fear has to define you forever. You can gradually change the way you respond. You can do the things you are afraid of. You can cultivate courage within yourself. The same is true of character. A person does not have to be a slave to their own past. Sometimes the most important step is to say, who I was does not necessarily determine who I will become. That is why the Übermensch is connected to creativity. For Nietzsche, creativity is not only about writing music or painting pictures. Life itself can be an act of creation. Creating your own character. Choosing your own way of life. Forming your own values. Transforming your experiences into something new. In this sense, a person becomes an artist. And their life becomes the material. But an artist does not simply grab some paint and throw it randomly onto a canvas. They work. They discard. They reshape. They make mistakes. They start again. They learn to see form. In the same way, a person must work on themselves. Not simply accept whatever they have been given, but shape it. Nietzsche particularly disliked a passive attitude toward life. When a person says, well, that's just who I am. That's just how things turned out. Nothing can be changed. There's nothing I can do about it. He saw danger in this. Not because literally everything depends on us. That would be absurd. We do not control the world. We do not control other people. We do not control chance. We cannot cancel death. But we can work on our own response to what happens. And here we encounter another important Nietzschean idea, amor fati, the love of fate. A person does not simply endure life. They try to say yes to it. Even when life does not match their expectations. This is an extremely difficult form of strength. Because it is much easier to love life when everything is going well. When we are loved. When our plans work out. When we are recognized. But the real test begins when life does not give us what we expected. Nietzsche does not romanticize pain. He does not say that suffering, by itself, makes a person better. Suffering can break you. It can make you bitter. It can make you weaker. But it can also become material for growth. And here what matters is not the suffering itself, but what a person does with it. Not, how can I make sure my life never contains pain? But, what can I create from what has already happened? This question does not promise an easy life. The Übermensch is not an image of a comfortable life. It is a person who is capable of enduring complexity. Living without a constant need for ready-made answers. Not hiding behind the crowd. Not demanding that the world constantly confirm their worth. Not being completely dependent on the approval of others. And this brings us to another important Nietzschean concept, the herd. He often uses the image of the crowd. This does not mean that every group of people is bad. He is talking about a psychological mechanism. The moment a person gives up their own thinking and simply accepts what everyone else thinks. This is right because everyone does it. This is what you're supposed to do because that's how things are done. You can't do that because people will judge you. Nietzsche sees this as a form of dependence. A person can be physically free. They can live alone. They can have money. They can have high social status. And still remain a slave to other people's opinions. They wake up and think, what will people say about me? They choose a career that others approve of. They pursue success according to someone else's standards. And then one day they may wake up with a question. Was this even my life? This is what Nietzsche was trying to free people from. Not from other people. Not from society itself. But from thoughtless submission. He wanted people to learn to think for themselves. And this does not mean always doing the opposite. If everyone is walking to the right, you do not have to automatically walk left just to prove that you are independent. True independence means having your own reason. You can agree with everyone. But because you have thought it through yourself. You can disagree with everyone. But again, because you have thought it through yourself. Freedom is not about always being against something. Freedom is the ability to say, I decided for myself why this matters to me. And this is why Nietzsche places such a high value on intellectual and spiritual independence. But the Übermensch does not simply reject other people's rules. They take responsibility for what comes in their place. They do not run away from life. They do not wait for someone to give them a ready-made meaning again. They create the shape of their own life themselves. This is where all the central features of this image come together. The Übermensch is not a person without fear. It is a person who does not allow fear to define them completely. Not a person without weaknesses. But a person who works on them. Not a person who never suffers. But a person capable of transforming their experiences into part of their own becoming. Not a person who stands above everyone else. But a person who constantly tries to surpass themselves. That is why the Übermensch is not a title. It is movement. Not a state that can be achieved once and for all. But a constant question. Who can I become? And that is why Nietzsche does not give us a ready-made portrait of the Übermensch. He does not provide a list of characteristics. Because giving such a list would mean creating another ready-made form that everyone would have to fit. The Übermensch must be a creator, not a copy. Their task is not to imitate someone. It is to create their own form of life. And this raises the next question. What makes a person keep moving forward? Where does this drive to develop, overcome oneself, and give form to one's life come from? What lies behind this movement toward greater strength? Nietzsche gives one answer to this question in the idea of the will to power. And it is this force behind the human drive to expand, shape, and surpass oneself that we will explore in the next part. When we hear the words, will to power, the first thing that comes to mind is power over others. A politician who wants to rule. A person who seeks wealth. Someone who wants to be the most influential. Someone who wants to dominate others. And yes, Nietzsche wrote a great deal about power. But if we reduce his concept of the will to power to nothing more than the desire to dominate others, we lose a significant part of his thought. For Nietzsche, it is a much broader concept. The will to power can be understood through at least three interconnected drives. Expanding your capacity to act, overcoming your own limitations, and creating new forms. Not simply preserving what already exists, but becoming capable of more. A person wants to know more. To be capable of more. To understand more. To create something that did not exist before. To overcome their own limitations. To achieve what seemed impossible just yesterday. A musician practices for years. A scientist spends years working on a difficult problem. A writer rewrites the same piece dozens of times. A person learns a new language even though no one is forcing them to. In all these cases, we see more than simply the pursuit of pleasure. There is something else. A desire to expand one's own possibilities. To feel, I can do more than I could before. This is one expression of the will to power. Not power over the world, but an expansion of your own ability to act within the world. For Nietzsche, life is not something static. It is constantly moving, changing, developing, creating new forms. And a person who is truly living does not simply try to preserve themselves exactly as they have become. They move beyond the previous version of themselves. That is why Nietzsche did not consider simple happiness to be the highest goal. Happiness can be pleasant. But by itself, it does not necessarily mean growth. A person can be content while remaining exactly the same. They can live peacefully without creating anything. They can avoid difficulties and never discover what they are capable of. For Nietzsche, the more important question is your capacity to live, act, and create expanding? This is where the will to power intersects with self-overcoming. A person may have a particular weakness. They may anger easily, fear criticism, constantly compare themselves to others, depend on approval. You could simply tell them, that's just your personality. But Nietzsche would not be so quick to accept that. He would ask, what if you could transform it? Not necessarily destroy your nature. You do not need to hate yourself. You need to learn how to work with what is already within you. Anger can become determination. Sensitivity can become deeper understanding. Loneliness can become a space for creativity. Something that initially appears to be a weakness can sometimes become material for strength. This is what self-overcoming means. You are not simply fighting against yourself. You are shaping yourself. Like a sculptor working with stone. The sculptor does not hate the material. They see possibility in it. They change its form. Remove what is unnecessary. Work against its resistance. And gradually create something new. In the same way, a person can approach their own character. But the will to power does not necessarily mean that a person becomes increasingly stronger than others. And here Nietzsche makes an important distinction. Sometimes a person wants power precisely because they do not feel powerful themselves. They cannot rise on their own. So they try to bring others down. They cannot create something meaningful. So they belittle what others have created. They cannot tolerate their own weakness. So they look for weakness in other people. There is a person who wants to become great. And there is a person who wants everyone else to be small. From the outside, they may look similar. But internally, they are completely different. One creates. The other destroys. One strives to surpass themselves. The other strives to surpass everyone else. That is why Nietzsche's idea of true strength should not be confused with aggression. A person who cannot control themselves may try to control others. But a person who truly possesses self-mastery does not constantly need to prove their greatness. They do not need to show everyone every day, "I am stronger." Their strength is revealed in their ability to continue on their own path even when no one is applauding. Here we see another important aspect of the will to power. Power over oneself. A person may have the ability to do something and still choose not to do it. They may feel anger and refuse to let it determine their actions. They may want revenge and still stop themselves. They may crave approval and still remain true to their own decision. Someone who can dominate another person has power over that person. But someone who can give form to their own impulses has power over themselves. For Nietzsche, the second is far more important. So the will to power should not be understood as a simple desire to dominate. It is not a command. Force others to submit to you. It is a much deeper drive. To expand your capacity to act, overcome resistance, and create. That is why creativity occupies such an important place in this concept. An artist takes chaos and creates form. A musician takes silence and creates music. A writer takes words and creates a world. A philosopher takes familiar beliefs and subjects them to doubt. Creativity always involves transformation. There was one thing. Now there is something else. And between these two states, an action has taken place. That is why, for Nietzsche, a creative person is not simply entertaining themselves. They are transforming the form of what they have been given. And this applies to more than art. A person can create their own character, their own way of life, their own way of thinking, their own attitude toward circumstances. In this sense, life itself becomes a creative act. But it is important not to confuse creation with simply acting on every desire. The will to power is not, "I want it, therefore I must have it." And it is not, "I want to dominate, therefore I am strong." Quite the opposite. True strength requires the ability to give form to your desires rather than simply obeying them blindly. That is why Nietzsche is interested not only in what a person wants, but also in what lies behind that desire. Why does one person seek recognition? Why does another seek power? Why does someone belittle another person's success? Why does a person call themselves humble? Why do they condemn something they themselves cannot achieve? Completely different forces can lie behind outward behavior. Sometimes a person seeks power because they want to create. And sometimes because they want to compensate for their own sense of weakness. And this is where Nietzschean psychology becomes especially sharp. He is not satisfied with the explanation. "I do this because it is right." He wants to know, why did this become right for you? Not just what a person does, but what moves them from within. This allows us to see the will to power not as one specific form of behavior, but as an inner dynamic. A person seeks to expand their possibilities, to overcome resistance, to give form to their own strength, to transform themselves, to create something new. And in this sense, the will to power is not so much the desire to have more as the desire to become more capable. But this raises the next question. If this inner force exists within human beings, why do different people direct it in such radically different ways? Why does one person transform their strength into creativity, another into struggle, a third into control, a fourth into self-sacrifice? And why do we call some forms of life good and others bad? To answer this, Nietzsche turns his attention beyond the individual. He begins to investigate the very values by which people judge life. Where did the concepts of good and evil come from? Why did certain qualities become virtues? Why is humility considered good? Why can obedience be considered a virtue? Why does self-assertion sometimes provoke moral condemnation? Have these evaluations always existed? Or do they have a history? Nietzsche's answer is, they have a history. And therefore, if we want to understand morality, it is not enough to ask, is this morality right? We need to ask a different question. Where did it come from? Who created these values? Under what circumstances? What forms of life did they support? What feelings stood behind them? And what did they do to the human being? This question leads us to one of Nietzsche's most radical investigations. His attempt to trace the history of our moral concepts. To ask how the very words, good and evil, came into existence. And this is where the next stage of his philosophy begins. Not simply, what values should we have? But the much more dangerous question. Who taught us, and under what circumstances, to call one thing good and another evil? This is what Nietzsche would attempt to investigate in his On the Genealogy of Morality. We are used to thinking of good and evil as something obvious. Good means helping others. Bad means causing pain. Good means being honest. Bad means lying. Good means being humble. Bad means being arrogant. Good means forgiving. Bad means seeking revenge. Most people do not question these categories themselves. We simply use them. That is how we were taught. That is what our parents told us. That is what we learned in school. That is what religion taught us. That is what society tells us. But Nietzsche does something very uncomfortable. He stops and asks, where did all of this come from? Not, is this morality good? But, who created this morality? And that is a completely different question. Because if a certain rule has a history, then it is not simply an eternal truth. It emerged at a particular point in time, under particular circumstances, among particular people, and perhaps it corresponded to a particular way of life. This is the approach Nietzsche calls genealogy. Genealogy is the study of origins. It is as if we take a moral concept and begin unraveling its history. Where did it come from? Who used it? What did these people consider good? Who did they call bad? What feelings stood behind these judgments? And how did these concepts change over time? Nietzsche is especially interested in the word good. Today, we might think that a good person is someone who is compassionate, humble, peaceful, and willing to help others. But Nietzsche asks, did people always consider these things good? Obviously not. Different societies in different historical periods valued different qualities. Some highly valued the warrior. Others valued the priest. Others the wise person. Others the obedient citizen. Others the ascetic. Others the courageous conqueror. What one culture calls a virtue, another may see very differently. So morality is not as simple as it seems. And Nietzsche wants to show that behind its words are different ways of life, different types of people, and different ways of evaluating the world. In On the Genealogy of Morality, he describes two major forms of valuation. He calls them master morality and slave morality. These terms are easy to misunderstand. Nietzsche is not simply talking about the rich and the poor. Nor is he talking about social classes in the modern economic sense. He is primarily talking about psychological and value-based types. About different ways of evaluating oneself and the world. The master type begins with itself. It says, "I am strong. I am noble. I am beautiful. I am courageous. I am capable." And only afterward does it define the opposite. Whatever does not fit its way of life may appear weak, low, or unworthy. In other words, the starting point is the statement, "I am good." Not, "The other person is bad." This is a very important distinction. Slave morality, according to Nietzsche, develops differently. It does not begin with the affirmation of oneself. It begins with a reaction to someone else. First comes, "He is bad." And only then. Therefore, I am good, because I am not like him. Nietzsche connects this process with the concept of ressentiment, a deep sense of resentment, bitterness, and suppressed powerlessness that has no direct outlet. Imagine a person who wants to be strong, but cannot. They envy someone else, but they are unable to defeat them. They want what that person has, but they do not have it. So what is left? They can change the very way they evaluate things. They can say, "Actually, his strength is not a virtue. His confidence is arrogance." And their own weakness can be turned into a virtue. "I am not weak. I am humble. I am not cowardly. I am peaceful." In this way, what was originally seen as a weakness can be reinterpreted as a virtue. Nietzsche sees this reversal in the way we evaluate things as one of the most important moments in the history of morality. And here he turns especially to Christianity. But it is important to be precise. Nietzsche is not simply saying, "Christianity is bad." His criticism is much more complicated. He believes that Christian morality brought about a tremendous transformation in the system of values. Things that certain aristocratic cultures may have regarded as weaknesses began to be elevated by Christianity. Humility, obedience, compassion, self-sacrifice, the refusal to seek revenge, caring for the weak. For Nietzsche, this is not simply a collection of separate moral rules. It is a new evaluation of life itself. And this is where he begins to argue. Why should weakness automatically be considered good? Why should strength automatically be considered evil? Why should a person be ashamed of their own greatness? Why can the desire for self-assertion be viewed as morally suspicious? These questions were fundamental to Nietzsche. But he was not simply defending strength. He was interested in what morality does to human instincts. Human beings have natural impulses. Anger, sexuality, aggression, the desire for recognition, the desire for power, the desire to win, the desire to stand out. And society cannot allow all of these impulses to operate without limits. So it creates rules. Do not do this. Do not desire that. Do not behave this way. Do not be like that. This is necessary for living together. But Nietzsche asks, what happens to all that energy after it has been forbidden? It does not disappear. It can turn inward. And this is where the concept of bad conscience appears. A person can no longer direct their aggressive impulses outward. So they begin directing them toward themselves. They punish themselves, blame themselves, feel ashamed, feel guilty. They constantly think, I am not good enough. I did something wrong. I have to be better. I have no right to want this. In this way, aggression that cannot be expressed outwardly can be transformed into self-punishment. And Nietzsche sees this as one of the most important psychological changes in human beings. Civilization has made us more peaceful. But at the same time, it has made our inner world more complicated. We can no longer simply act on every impulse. So we learn to suppress ourselves, to control ourselves, to shame ourselves, to judge ourselves, to punish ourselves. And this created an enormous inner space. According to Nietzsche, a significant part of human culture emerged from this space. Art, religion, philosophy, morality, science. Human beings could no longer direct all their energy outward. So they began directing it inward. They began examining themselves. They started asking, who am I? What do I want? Why do I do what I do? Am I a good person? What should I do? And there is a paradox here. What made human beings more repressed also made them deeper. It was this inner conflict that created an enormous space for self-reflection. Nietzsche does not simply condemn this process. He shows its cost. Civilization has made human beings more complex. But complexity does not always mean happiness. We gained a conscience. And along with it, guilt. We gained self-control. And along with it, inner struggle. We gained morality. And along with it, the ability to constantly feel that we are not good enough. And here Nietzsche asks a very modern question. How much of our sense of guilt truly belongs to us? Have we always actually done something wrong? Or have we sometimes simply been taught to feel guilty for wanting things we should not have to feel guilty about? This question becomes especially interesting when we think about childhood. A child wants something. The parents say, you can't. The child asks, why? And gets the answer. Because it's bad. Gradually, the child stops asking why. The rule becomes internalized. Eventually, no one has to say, you can't. The person stops themselves. And that is when external authority becomes an inner voice. This voice can be useful. It allows us to control ourselves. To live alongside other people. To avoid causing harm. But it can also become too harsh. Then a person begins to live against themselves. They constantly feel ashamed. Constantly justify themselves. Constantly punish themselves for their own desires. And here Nietzsche asks another question. Can we create another kind of morality? A morality that is not based on self-hatred. A morality that allows a person to develop. To create. To grow. To love. To strive. And at the same time, remain responsible. This is a difficult task. Because Nietzsche does not simply want to destroy morality. He wants to reevaluate it. It is not enough for him to say, old morality is wrong. We must ask, what kind of morality could encourage a stronger, more creative, life-affirming way of existing? This is no longer simply destruction. It is creation. And here we can see the true scale of his project. He does not simply want to make people doubt old values. He wants to make them question the very mechanism by which we call something good or evil. What do we consider a virtue? What do we condemn? Why? And whom does such a system of values serve? So after criticizing the old morality, the most difficult task remains to reevaluate our values. Not simply to say no to what came before, but to understand what could take its place. And this is where we once again make room for the person we talked about earlier. Not a person who simply breaks the rules, but a person capable of creating their own standards of evaluation. But now an even deeper problem appears. If even morality has a history, if our beliefs are shaped by culture, if what we call good and evil has not always been the same, then what happens to truth itself? Does absolute truth exist? Can we ever look at the world without our own biases? And is our very desire for truth itself a certain kind of will? This question will lead Nietzsche to an even more radical idea. Perhaps we do not simply seek the truth. Perhaps we seek the truths that allow us to live. And then another question arises. Does a person really need the truth if that truth makes life unbearable? We are used to thinking that truth is something simple. There is a fact. There is reality. And there is a correct statement that describes that reality. If a person tells the truth, they are right. If they tell a lie, they are wrong. It seems very simple. But Nietzsche was not so quick to accept this certainty. He was interested in something more complicated. What if a person never sees the world completely directly? What if there is always some kind of perspective standing between us and reality? Our senses, language, culture, upbringing, personal experience, our desires, our fears, even our physical characteristics. All of these things influence the way we perceive the world. Imagine two people looking at the exact same event. One sees an opportunity in it. The other sees a threat. One experiences criticism as an insult. The other sees it as an opportunity to become better. The event is the same, but the experiences are different. Nietzsche believed this was not a coincidence. A person does not simply look at the world. They interpret it. We are constantly assigning meaning to what happens. And that is why Nietzsche pays so much attention to perspective. Perspective means that we always look at the world from a particular position. There is no person who looks at the world from nowhere. Even a scientist has certain assumptions. Even a philosopher has a particular system of concepts. Even a person who is convinced that they are completely objective is still looking at the world from their own point of view. This does not mean that truth does not exist. And this is important. Nietzsche is not simply saying, everything is relative. That would be too simplistic an interpretation. His idea is more complicated. He is, rather, questioning our ability to completely separate reality from the way we interpret it. Perhaps we never receive the world directly. We receive it through a particular perspective. And that is why Nietzsche believes that we should not try to get rid of perspective. That is impossible. We need to learn to see more perspectives. Imagine a painting. If you look at it from only one side, you see only part of it. You change your position, and something new appears. Another position, another detail. None of them is necessarily the complete picture. But together, they give us a deeper understanding. This is how Nietzsche suggests that we look at the world. Not by asking, what is the one correct perspective? But by asking, what am I unable to see from my own perspective? This is an extremely important distinction. Because a person who is convinced that they see everything stops learning. They no longer listen to others. They no longer question themselves. They no longer doubt. They already have the answer. But Nietzsche values precisely the ability to doubt. Not for the sake of doubt itself, but for the sake of deeper understanding. He wants the philosopher to be unafraid to question even their own beliefs, even those that seem the most obvious. And here we return to his criticism of traditional philosophy. Philosophers often talked about truth as if they were simply discovering it, as though truth were lying somewhere in front of us. But Nietzsche asks, why did truth itself become the highest value for us? Why do we want to know the truth even when it is painful? Why do we consider knowledge better than ignorance? Why do we consider truth better than illusion? This question may seem strange. After all, isn't truth obviously better? But Nietzsche is not satisfied with what seems obvious. He wants to understand the origin of the desire for truth itself. Perhaps the pursuit of truth is also a certain form of will. A person wants to understand. They want to control the unknown. They want to predict the future. They want to reduce fear. Knowledge gives us a sense of orientation. When we know what is happening, the world seems less chaotic. So the desire for truth may be connected not only with a pure love of knowledge. It may also be connected with our need to make the world understandable. And here Nietzsche asks a very uncomfortable question. What if some illusions help a person live? What if a person sometimes needs not the complete truth, but a certain interpretation that allows them to keep going? Imagine a person who has experienced a devastating loss. The fact itself cannot be changed. A loss remains a loss. But the person might say, I don't know why this happened, but I can turn this loss into something meaningful in my life. That is already a different interpretation. It does not change the fact itself, but it changes the meaning of that fact. And here we see one of the most interesting features of Nietzsche's thought. He distinguishes between a fact and its interpretation. An event can remain exactly the same, but the meaning we give to it can change. A person can say, I suffered a defeat. Or they can say, I gained experience. They can say, I wasted years. Or, I learned how I no longer want to live. These sentences create different ways of seeing the very same experience. And that is why interpretation matters so much. But here it is very easy to go to the opposite extreme. We could say, so, I can simply invent whatever reality I want. Nietzsche is not saying that. A fact does not disappear simply because we reinterpret it. If a person lost, they lost. If someone died, they died. If we made a mistake, we made a mistake. But after that, one question remains. What will this event mean for my life? That is where the freedom of interpretation begins. And this is also where we can see the connection between perspective and art. An artist does not change the world. They change the way we see it. After reading a great novel, an ordinary street may seem different. After listening to music, silence may feel different. Art does not necessarily add new facts. It adds a new perspective. And that is why Nietzsche valued art so highly. For him, it was not simply a decoration of life. Art could be a way of saying yes to life. Even when life is difficult. Even when the world does not meet our expectations. That is why he was so fascinated by ancient Greek tragedy. Especially by the way beauty and horror coexisted within it. Joy and suffering. Order and chaos. Life and death. The Greeks, Nietzsche believed, did not simply try to escape the tragic nature of existence. They created art that allowed them to look directly at it. Not deny it. Not pretend that everything was fine. But also not allow tragedy to have the final victory. This ability to say yes to life together with its darker side becomes one of Nietzsche's main criteria of strength. A weaker position might sound like this: life should be different. Otherwise, I cannot accept it. A stronger one: life is what it is. And I can still say yes to it. This is what it means to affirm life. And here, once again, the question of truth emerges. Perhaps the strongest person is not the one who always sees only the correct picture of the world. Perhaps it is the person who can endure complexity. Who can see several sides at once. Who does not need the world to be simple. Who can say, I don't know. And not fall apart because of that uncertainty. This is very important. Because people often do not search for truth. They search for certainty. They want to know for sure. Who is good? Who is bad? What is right? What will happen tomorrow? Certainty is comforting. But Nietzsche forces us to remain in uncertainty. Not because he loves chaos. But because reality is sometimes genuinely more complicated than any ready-made answer. And then maturity does not consist in inventing a simple answer. It consists in being able to endure a difficult question. Perhaps that is why his philosophy so often feels unsettling. He takes away our foundations. First, God. Then, absolute morality. Then, a simple understanding of truth. And he leaves the individual almost alone before the world. But it is precisely after this that he asks the most important question. What will you do with this freedom? Because freedom without ready-made answers can be frightening. If no one tells you who to be, you will have to decide for yourself. If no one tells you what has meaning, you will have to create meaning. If no one gives you a ready-made morality, you will have to take responsibility for your own values. And if no one guarantees that your life will turn out the way you want, you will have to learn to accept it as it is. That is why Nietzsche's next idea sounds almost like a test. He calls it the eternal recurrence. Imagine that one day someone comes to you and says, the life you are living right now, you will have to live again. Not once. Not twice. But an infinite number of times. Every joy. Every mistake. Every loss. Every boring hour. Every day. Every conversation. Every pain. And all of it, forever. What would you feel? Horror. Despair. Protest. Or perhaps you would be able to say, yes. I agree. This is the question Nietzsche places before the individual. And it becomes one of the deepest tests of his philosophy. Because if you do not want to live your life even once, what would it mean to agree to live it again infinitely? And if you can say, yes, then perhaps you have learned not merely to endure life. Perhaps you have truly learned to love it. Imagine a very strange situation. You are sitting alone. Everything around you is quiet. And suddenly, an unfamiliar voice comes to you. It says, this life you are living right now, you will have to live again. You do not quite understand. But the voice continues. Not simply a similar life. The exact same one. With all the details. The same people. The same decisions. The same mistakes. The same joys. The same losses. The same words. The same coincidences. Every minute. Every pain. Every moment of happiness. And not just once. But endlessly. Again. And again. And again. What would you say? Perhaps your first reaction would be horror. Maybe you would think, no. Not this. I don't want to go through everything I've already experienced all over again. This is the image Nietzsche uses in his famous idea of the eternal recurrence. In The Gay Science, he describes a kind of demon who comes to a person and delivers this message. But the most important question here is not whether Nietzsche considered eternal recurrence to be a literal physical law of the universe. Scholars have debated, and continue to debate, how seriously he took the cosmological side of this idea. But the philosophical meaning of the thought can be understood independently of that. Nietzsche turns it into a test of a person's attitude toward their own life. Imagine that you really would have to live everything all over again. Suddenly, every day takes on a different weight. What seemed insignificant becomes important. Your ordinary morning coffee. A conversation with a friend. A walk. A moment when you laughed. A moment when you cried. Even the boring hours. Even the mistakes. None of it can simply be pushed into the past anymore. Because you will have to return to it. Again. And again. And again. This is where the idea becomes a psychological test. Can you say yes to your own life strongly enough that you would agree to live it all over again? This is an incredibly harsh question. Because most people live as if real life will begin later. When they have more money. When they find someone they love. When they finish school. When they get a good job. When they lose weight. When they move somewhere else. When they finally get some rest. When they become successful. We are constantly pushing life into the future. As if today were merely preparation. As if real life would begin someday later. But Nietzsche forces us to look at this differently. If every moment must return, then there are no simply rough draft days. There is no day that can be completely written off. There is no moment that does not matter. You are living now. And this life is your life. Not the future. Not the past. Not some ideal version of yourself. But this moment. Of course, this does not mean that a person should not plan for the future. Quite the opposite. They can set goals. Learn. Work. Change themselves. But the future should not become an excuse for refusing to live today. Eternal recurrence seems to ask. If this day were to repeat endlessly, would you want to live it exactly this way? This is a very uncomfortable question. Because it forces us to look at our own lives without beautiful excuses. If you constantly do what you hate. If you spend your time with people you do not love. If you live only for the approval of others. If you constantly betray your own beliefs. Would you agree to repeat all of this forever? If the answer is no, then the question becomes practical. What needs to change? This is where eternal recurrence becomes connected with self-creation. You do not have to wait for someone to come and save your life. You do not have to wait for the perfect moment. You do not have to wait until all your circumstances become favorable. You need to start changing what is within your control. But Nietzsche does not suggest that a person should create a life in which there is never any pain. Quite the opposite. If eternal recurrence means accepting the whole of life, then a person must also accept that life will not be perfect. There will be mistakes. There will be losses. There will be failures. There will be disappointment. There will be fear. There will be death. The question is not how to create a life without these things. The question is, can you say yes to life together with all of them? This is where eternal recurrence meets amor fati. The love of fate. Not simply, I have accepted what happened. But, I accept the entire story of my life as my own. Even the parts one wish I could rewrite. This does not mean that we have to consider all our decisions correct. We can acknowledge our mistakes. We can regret what we have done. We can want to change our behavior. But we do not necessarily have to hate ourselves for who we were. We can look at the past and say, yes, that happened. That is also a part of me. And now I will use that experience to become someone different. Here Nietzsche returns once again to self-overcoming. You cannot change the past. But you can change how you carry it forward. You can turn defeat into experience. Loss into depth. Loneliness into independence. A mistake into knowledge. Suffering into strength. Not because every tragedy was necessary. Nietzsche does not offer us that cheap consolation. He simply refuses to believe that tragedy must have the final word. And that is what makes his philosophy so unusual. He does not try to prove that life is beautiful because it contains no suffering. He says almost the opposite. Life can be beautiful even with its suffering. This is not optimism. It is not the belief that everything will be fine. It is something much stronger. The ability to say, I don't know what will happen. I know life will be difficult. I know that not everything depends on me. But I still choose to say yes to life. This is how Nietzsche arrives at the idea of life affirmation. Life does not need to be justified by some other world. We do not need to say, this life only has meaning because there will be another life after death. We do not need to wait for some final reward. We do not need to consider earthly existence merely preparation for something real. For Nietzsche, life itself must become the place of affirmation. Right here. Right now. And this does not mean closing our eyes to the difficulty of life. It does not mean convincing ourselves that everything is fine. It does not mean calling every loss a gift. It means accepting the very fact of existence, together with its joy, its randomness, its pain, and its uncertainty. Perhaps this is why Nietzsche so persistently returns to earthly life. To this world. To this body. To this moment. To what is happening not someday later, but now. He does not want people to constantly wait for another life, another world, or another version of themselves. Because if you spend all your time waiting, you may quietly miss your own life. And then eternal recurrence becomes more than a strange idea about infinite repetition. It becomes a mirror. You look into it and ask, if I had to live this day again, would I want it to be exactly like this? If the answer is no, that is not a verdict. It is an opportunity. An opportunity to notice what has needed to change for a long time. An opportunity to stop living only in anticipation of the future. An opportunity to make the next day a little more your own. And if the answer is yes. If you can look at your life, imperfect, painful, and full of mistakes, and still say, yes, I would live it all over again. Then eternal recurrence ceases to be a punishment. It becomes the highest form of acceptance of your own existence. Perhaps that is what amor fati really means. Not simply loving what has happened to us, but learning to love the very fact that this is our life. With everything that has been in it. with everything that is in it, and with everything we still do not know. So Nietzsche's question ultimately becomes very simple. But answering it is anything but simple. If you were offered the chance to live your life again, exactly as it was, down to the smallest detail, would you say, yes? Not tomorrow. Not someday. But to your life exactly as it is. Right here. Right now. And perhaps the answer to that question does not depend on how beautiful your life has been, but on how deeply you are willing to make it your own. Because eternal recurrence is not only a question about the past. It is a question about every day that comes next. About every choice. About every moment you are living right now. And if you know that you cannot change the past, then only one thing remains. Live in such a way that one day you will not be afraid to say yes to it. But Nietzsche was not only a philosopher of life affirmation. Behind his ideas stood a man with a complicated fate. A man who spent many years in solitude. Who struggled with illness. Who experienced disappointment. Who longed for closeness and often remained alone. And at the same time, he created a philosophy that demanded not an escape from life, but ever greater courage in facing it. And among the people who had the greatest influence on the young Nietzsche was one man whom he initially regarded almost as a genius capable of transforming European culture. A composer. An artist. A symbol of an entire era. Richard Wagner. Their meeting became the beginning of one of the most important intellectual relationships in Nietzsche's life. And their eventual break became one of his greatest disappointments. And that is the story we will explore next. In Friedrich Nietzsche's life, there were few people who made as deep an impression on him as Richard Wagner. Their meeting was not simply an encounter between a philosopher and a composer. For the young Nietzsche, Wagner became, for a time, almost a symbol of the future he wanted to see. A future where art once again possessed enormous power. Where music did more than entertain. Where it could transform a person. Where culture was not separated from life. And where art could restore to humanity a sense of something great, tragic, and profound. When Nietzsche truly became close to Wagner, he was still very young. Wagner was older, famous, and enormously influential. To Nietzsche, he seemed almost like someone who had already found the answer to a question the young philosopher was only beginning to ask. What could save European culture? What could stand against the spiritual emptiness of modernity? Could art become a new form of spiritual experience? Nietzsche saw a possible answer in Wagner. He was especially fascinated by music. After all, music does not necessarily explain the world through words. It can act directly. We may not know why a certain melody makes us feel sad. We may not understand why a few chords suddenly create a sense of anxiety. But it affects us. And this directness fascinated Nietzsche enormously. He believed that art could reach layers of human existence that abstract philosophy sometimes could not. He was especially drawn to ancient Greek tragedy. In it, he saw the union of two forces. One he associated with Apollo. The other with Dionysus. The Apollonian represents form, clarity, measure, order, and image. The Dionysian represents ecstasy, chaos, power, music, and the breaking down of boundaries between individuals. For Nietzsche, true tragedy does not emerge when one of these forces defeats the other. It emerges when they meet. Form and chaos. Light and darkness. Order and elemental force. And in Wagner's music, Nietzsche initially heard something similar. He saw an artist who, as it seemed to him, might restore to modern Europe the power of art it had lost. During this period, Nietzsche wrote his first major work, The Birth of Tragedy. The book dealt with the origins of Greek tragedy, but behind it stood a much broader question. What could the future of art look like? And could art help human beings say yes to life even when life is tragic? The young Nietzsche looked at Wagner almost as a cultural prophet. He saw in him more than just a composer. He saw the possibility of a new kind of art. But over time, this admiration began to fall apart. The reason was not a single argument or disagreement. Nietzsche himself was gradually changing, and as he changed, so did his attitude toward Wagner. The more he developed his own philosophy, the more troubled he became by what he heard in Wagner's music. What had once seemed like strength began to look like a symptom. What had once appeared to be the rebirth of tragedy began to resemble a return to old forms of spirituality. He was especially troubled by Wagner's attitude toward Christianity. Nietzsche himself was moving further and further away from Christian morality. He saw it as a denial of earthly life. And Wagner, in his later works, increasingly turned toward Christian themes. For Nietzsche, this was a serious disappointment. He began to see Wagner not as the creator of a new future, but as someone returning to the very things Nietzsche himself was trying to leave behind. And something important happened here. Nietzsche realized that his admiration for Wagner was partly an admiration for his own dream. He looked at the composer and saw what he wanted to see. Perhaps that was why the disappointment was so painful. We are often most disappointed not in the person themselves, but in the image we created of them. At first, Nietzsche saw Wagner as an artist who could transform culture. Later, he saw a man with his own weaknesses, contradictions, and desire to influence an audience. Wagner increasingly became, for Nietzsche, a symbol of everything he himself was beginning to oppose. Mass appeal, theatricality, religious fervor, emotional intoxication. And Nietzsche began asking himself, does truly powerful art need to overpower a person? Should art give us a way to escape from life? Or, on the contrary, should it make us capable of looking at life without illusions? This was already a completely different position. The young Nietzsche searched for an art that could save culture. The mature Nietzsche became increasingly suspicious of art that promised salvation. Because the very idea of salvation could seem suspicious to him. Salvation from what? From suffering? From chaos? From life itself? If art allows a person to forget about life, perhaps it does not make them stronger. Perhaps it simply gives them a beautiful escape. And this is where Nietzsche began to see another function of art. Art does not necessarily have to say, "Don't worry. Everything will be okay." It can say, "Yes, life is difficult. Yes, there is death. Yes, there is pain. But look. And keep living anyway." This kind of art does not simply comfort. It forces us to look. And this was the kind of art Nietzsche became increasingly fascinated by. That is why his break with Wagner was not simply a personal quarrel. It was a break with an entire period of his own thinking. With a man who had once been almost a spiritual teacher to him. With his own youthful illusions. With a certain understanding of art. And perhaps even with a part of himself. Later, Nietzsche would write a separate work, The Case of Wagner. In it, he spoke about Wagner much more critically. But what is interesting is that even after their break, Nietzsche continued returning to the subject. As though he were trying to understand. Why did this man once have such power over me? And perhaps that question is more important than which one of them was right? Because Nietzsche gradually learned to look at his own past without worshipping it. He allowed himself to say, I once believed this. Now I don't. And that is a very Nietzschean gesture. You do not have to remain loyal to your old beliefs simply because they were once yours. You do not have to defend your former self. You can surpass it. You can say, "That is how I saw the world then. Now I see it differently." That is self-overcoming. And perhaps this is one of the most important characteristics of Nietzsche himself. He did not want to turn his philosophy into a rigid system. His ideas, too, had to remain open to revision. His early philosophy differs from his later philosophy. His attitude toward art changes. His attitude toward Wagner changes. His style changes. His questions become increasingly sharp. What we see before us is not a man who received a complete system of truths one day. We see a man who was constantly arguing with himself. Sometimes overcoming his old beliefs. Sometimes creating new ones. And then reconsidering those as well. That is why his philosophy resembles a journey more than a house. A house has a foundation and walls. Everything is already defined. But a journey implies movement. You can change direction. You can realize that you are going the wrong way. You can leave an old city behind and set out into the unknown. And that is what Nietzsche's philosophical journey was like. Perhaps that is why the story of his friendship with Wagner matters not only as the story of two remarkable people. It shows something more. Sometimes, in order to become yourself, you have to let go of the person you once wanted to be. Sometimes you have to admit that what once seemed great no longer fits your vision. Sometimes you have to break a connection not because the other person has become worse, but because you yourself have changed. Nietzsche did not simply reject Wagner. He rejected a part of his own past. And that is the paradox of self-overcoming. In order to move forward, sometimes you need the courage to surpass even what you once loved. But his break with Wagner was only one part of this transformation. Ahead of Nietzsche was an entirely different struggle, no longer with a particular person, but with his own attitude toward pain, suffering, and life itself. We have already seen how Nietzsche gradually changed his attitude toward Wagner. But along with that change, his understanding of art also changed. At first, art seemed to him almost like a salvation for culture. Later, he began to view with suspicion any art that promised human beings an escape from life. And then another question arose before him. If art is not supposed to save us from life, then what do we need it for? Nietzsche's answer was extraordinarily unusual. Art is not necessary because life is beautiful. It is necessary because life itself is often difficult, contradictory, and tragic. Human beings need art in order to learn how to look at all of this. Without closing our eyes. Without inventing beautiful explanations. Without convincing ourselves that everything will necessarily turn out well. But by looking directly. That is why Nietzsche valued tragedy so highly. Tragedy does not say, "Don't worry. Everything will be okay." It says, "Yes, there is death. Yes, there is loss. Yes, there is injustice. Yes, a person can lose. But life is still worth living." For Nietzsche, this was extremely important. Life never signed a contract with us. It never promised to be fair. It never promised to be convenient. It never promised to meet our expectations. And this is where a creative view of existence begins. Not when we invent a world in which everything makes sense. But when we look at the world as it is and ask, what can I do with it? For Nietzsche, creativity is much more than creating paintings, music, or literature. Creativity is a way of existing. A person can create more than just a work of art. They can create themselves. Their character. Their values. Their way of life. Their view of the world. And even the form their own life takes. That is why Nietzsche speaks so much about self-overcoming. A person should not see themselves as something that has already been completely formed. Who you were yesterday does not necessarily determine who you will become tomorrow. You can reconsider your own beliefs. You can let go of what no longer fits you. You can realize that a trait you once considered a strength was actually a weakness. And something you were once ashamed of may have become a source of inner strength. And then a very simple, but uncomfortable, question arises. Am I really living my own life? Because a person can live for decades and spend almost all that time following someone else's script. Studying what others expect of them. Choosing a career that is considered prestigious. Pursuing a status that is called success. Seeking approval. Comparing themselves to others. And one day suddenly asking, but what did I want? Nietzsche was deeply critical of this way of existing. He spoke of the herd, people who thoughtlessly accept prevailing norms simply because everyone else accepts them. That's just how things are done. That's the right thing to do. Everyone does it. What will other people think? The problem is not that a person lives among others. The problem begins when they stop asking what matters to them personally. But Nietzsche is not calling on us to break every rule simply for the sake of being different. Being against everyone else does not automatically mean being free. If everyone says yes and you automatically say no, you are still allowing others to determine your position. True independence is more complicated. It means knowing for yourself why you say yes or no. Not because you want to be liked. Not because you want to shock people. Not because you are afraid. But because it reflects your own values. This is where creativity becomes a form of freedom. A person can become the author of their own life. Or they can remain an actor following someone else's script. And Nietzsche is interested in the first possibility. But being the author of your own life does not mean gaining complete control over it. We cannot choose the family we are born into. We cannot change the past. We cannot guarantee our own health. We cannot force other people to love us. We cannot predict every event. We cannot abolish death. So where does freedom lie? Nietzsche looks for it not in absolute control, but in the way we respond. You cannot always choose what happens. But you can work on who you become in response. And here, the image of a sculptor works especially well. Imagine a piece of stone. You did not choose its shape. It may be uneven, heavy, damaged. But the sculptor does not say, "This is not the stone I wanted." He looks at it and asks, "What can I create from it?" Nietzsche suggests that we look at our own lives in the same way. Not, "Why isn't my life the way I wanted it to be?" But, "What can I create from the material I have?" That is a completely different question. It does not deny difficulties. It does not make tragedy beautiful simply for the sake of a beautiful story. But it gives a person an active position again. And this is where art becomes a model for human existence. An artist receives a material. They work with what they have. They make mistakes. They correct them. Sometimes they throw away what they have created and start again. A person can work on their life in the same way. Not as something already finished, but as something that is constantly being shaped. You do not simply exist. You are constantly becoming. This word, becoming, is very important for understanding Nietzsche. A person is not a frozen essence. Our desires change. Our beliefs change. Our character can change. Even what we once considered an inseparable part of ourselves can one day become foreign to us. That is why Nietzsche dislikes definitive descriptions. If you say, "I'm just that kind of person," he might ask, "And why do you think you have to remain that way?" If you say, "I've always been like this," he might ask, "But do you have to stay that way?" This does not mean that we can become absolutely anything. A person has a body, a temperament, a past, limitations, circumstances. Not everything depends on our will. But even within these limits, there remains room for shaping ourselves. And this is the space Nietzsche wants to expand. That is why his philosophy sounds like a call. Become who you can become. This idea is especially close to his famous phrase, "Become who you are." At first glance, this is a paradox. How can you become who you already are? But that is precisely the point. You have a certain potential. But potential is not yet fulfillment. A seed already contains the possibility of a tree. But it is not yet a tree. In the same way, a person may have abilities, a character, inclinations, and desires. But they still have to shape them. So becoming yourself does not mean finding some ready-made, true self hidden somewhere inside you. It means creating yourself through life. Through choice. Through work. Through mistakes. Through creativity. Through the ability to change. And this is where art becomes important again. The artist takes what exists and gives it form. A person can do the same with their life. They can take their story, their mistakes, their weaknesses, their talents, their fears, their desires, and gradually give all of it a certain form. This does not mean turning life into a beautiful fairy tale. Sometimes that form can be severe, sometimes tragic, sometimes contradictory. But it becomes your own. That is why Nietzsche places such a high value on style. Not just style of writing. Style of life. He wants a person to have more than just a set of beliefs. They should have a certain way of existing. Your decisions. Your words. Your attitude toward others. Your attitude toward yourself. The way you work. The way you rest. What you strive for. All of this together creates the style of your life. And here we can better understand why Nietzsche so often returns to the question of strength. For him, strength is not simply the ability to defeat another person. Much more important is the ability to shape yourself. A person who can control others but cannot work on themselves is not truly strong. Likewise, a person who is completely dependent on other people's approval is not truly free. True strength begins where a person becomes capable of saying, "I know what I want. I know why I want it. I am willing to take responsibility for my choice. And even, I am willing to change myself if I realize that I was wrong." Because stubbornness is not the same thing as strength. Sometimes strength means not holding on to your former self, but letting go of an old version of yourself. Stopping yourself from defending certain beliefs simply because they were once yours. And allowing yourself to change. That is why creativity and self-overcoming are so closely connected in Nietzsche. A creator does not simply repeat what has already been created. They search for a new form. In the same way, a person can continually surpass their own limits. Not because they hate themselves, but because they see the possibility of becoming different. This is a very important distinction. Self-hatred says, "I'm not good enough." Self-overcoming says, "I can become stronger." The first diminishes you. The second creates. And perhaps this is what Nietzsche wanted to say to a person who feels that their life has not yet become what they wanted it to be. You do not necessarily have to ask, "Why am I not like everyone else?" It is better to ask, "Who can I become?" Not, "Why isn't my life perfect?" but, "What can I create from what I have?" And finally, not, "How can I become someone else?" but, "How can I become myself?" For Nietzsche, this is not an ending. It is a continuous process. Because a person who truly decides to create themselves will sooner or later encounter the most difficult opponent. Not society. Not other people. Not circumstances. But themselves. Their own fear. Their need for approval. Their old habits. Their desire to remain where it feels safe. And this is where we come to one of Nietzsche's deepest ideas, the will to power. But this concept is often misunderstood. When we hear the words, will to power, it is easy to imagine a person who wants to control others. To give orders. To dominate. To win. But Nietzsche is talking about something much broader. An inner impulse not simply to preserve oneself, but to develop, overcome resistance, create, and become more than you were before. And if we understand this correctly, we can see that the will to power is connected not so much with dominating others, but with overcoming yourself. That is what we will talk about next. The phrase, will to power, sounds as though it refers to a desire to dominate others. To a person who wants to command. To win. To force others to submit. And that is precisely why Nietzsche's idea has so often been oversimplified. But if we want to understand his philosophy, we need to set aside that first impression. For Nietzsche, the will to power is not simply political power. Not high status. And not even simply aggression. It is a much deeper concept. Nietzsche is trying to understand what makes a living being act in the first place. Why does it not simply exist? Why does it grow? Why does it develop? Why does it overcome obstacles? Why does it strive to become stronger? If we explain everything merely in terms of the pursuit of pleasure, something is missing. After all, we often do things that bring us no immediate pleasure at all. An athlete trains when it is difficult. A writer rewrites a page dozens of times. A student studies difficult material. A musician repeats an exercise that has already become tedious. A person gives up something pleasurable now in order to achieve something they want later. This is not simply a desire for pleasure. There is something else at work. A drive to overcome resistance. And this is where Nietzsche sees the will to power. In the broadest sense, it is the drive of a living being to expand its own capabilities. Not simply, "I want to have more," but, "I want to be capable of more." That is a huge difference. Imagine a person who wants more money. They may want it simply for comfort. But another person may seek money because they want more opportunities to act, to create, to travel, to help others, to take risks, to build something of their own. In that case, money is not the ultimate goal. It is simply a means of expanding one's possibilities. The same is true of power. Nietzsche is interested not in power as a title, but in the growth of strength. And we can see this idea even in the simplest human experiences. When a child learns to walk. When someone tries to understand a difficult idea. When someone learns to speak a new language. When a person overcomes their shyness. When we take on a task that initially seems too difficult for us. In each of these cases, there is a movement from I can't to I can. And perhaps this is one of the simplest ways to understand Nietzsche. Strength is not necessarily the ability to command. Strength is an increase in one's capacity to act. That is why the will to power reveals itself above all in overcoming resistance. And the most important resistance is often not outside the person, but within them. Nietzsche calls this self-overcoming. If you can defeat others but cannot overcome your own laziness, fear, or dependence on approval, your power over others means very little. It is much harder to overcome yourself. Imagine a person who really wants to write a book. They keep saying, "Someday I'll do it." They have an idea. They have a dream. They have talent. But they keep putting it off. They watch videos. Scroll through their phone. Find excuses. Tell themselves, "It's not the right time yet." Another person may have less talent. But they sit down and write every day. Even when they don't feel like it. Even when they have no inspiration. Even when what they produce is bad. Who is stronger? For Nietzsche, the answer is obvious. Strength is not measured by how much you can imagine. It is measured by how much you can bring into reality. And here the will to power becomes discipline. But not discipline as blind obedience to rules. Rather, discipline as the ability to set demands for yourself. To say, "I want this. So I will do what is necessary." This is no longer external coercion. It is inner organization. A person does not simply react to their desires. They learn to direct them. Not every desire needs to be satisfied immediately. Not every obstacle should make them retreat. And this is where inner strength reveals itself. So a strong person, for Nietzsche, is not necessarily cruel. They may be very calm. Even quiet. They do not need to constantly prove their greatness. They do not need to shout, "I am strong." Their actions speak for themselves. There is a person who wants power over others because they are afraid of being weak. They need other people to obey them. If no one listens, they feel weak. Their strength exists only in comparison with others. And then there is a person who develops their own strength because they want to become more capable. They may have no power over anyone else. But they may have enormous power over their own life. And this second type interests Nietzsche far more. Because genuine self-overcoming does not need an audience. No one may know how many times you forced yourself to keep going. No one sees all of your inner struggles. No one knows how many times you could have given up, but didn't. But that is exactly where character is formed. Not on a stage. Not in front of a crowd. But alone with yourself. And that is why strength, for Nietzsche, is not so much the ability to make the world submit to your will as the ability not to remain a prisoner of your own weakness. You cannot control everything that happens around you. You cannot choose every circumstance. You cannot force life to be fair. But you can ask, what remains within my power? Maybe very little. But even that, little, can become a beginning. This is where the will to power differs from the fantasy of absolute control. It does not mean that a person can conquer the entire world. It means that a person looks for room to act even within limitations. You do not choose all the cards. But you can decide how to play them. Sometimes life puts an obstacle in front of you that simply cannot be removed. Then another question remains. What can I do with what I have been given? This is no longer passivity. Not complaining. Not waiting for someone to come and change the situation. It is the search for an opportunity to act. That is why the will to power is connected with movement. A person is not stronger because they have already achieved everything. They are stronger when they are capable of continuing to expand the limits of what they can do. They learn what they do not yet know how to do. They do what they could not do before. They overcome what they once backed away from. And each such step changes the answer to the question. What am I capable of? Yesterday, I can't. Today, I can, a little. Tomorrow, I can do more. In this sense, life becomes a constant process of self-transcendence. But here it is important not to make another mistake. Self-overcoming does not mean constantly hating yourself for who you are. It does not mean looking in the mirror every morning and thinking, I'm not good enough. If the desire to become stronger turns into constant self-hatred, it loses its meaning. The point is not to destroy yourself. It is to transform yourself. A person can look at themselves and say, here are my weaknesses. Here are my abilities. Here are my limitations. Here is my past. What can I make of all of this? That is a completely different way of relating to yourself. Not as a finished product, but as something that can still change. And this is where the will to power leads us toward Nietzsche's next great question. If a person truly can change themselves, if they no longer want to simply live according to ready-made patterns, if they must determine the direction of their own development, then a question arises. What values should they live by? What exactly is worth creating? What makes life stronger? What distinguishes genuine self-overcoming from simply wanting to have more? These questions go beyond the will to power itself. They lead us further, toward the problem of values, self-creation, and the image of the human being that Nietzsche calls the Übermensch, or Overman. But before we talk about that, we need to understand one simple thing. The will to power does not mean, I must defeat everyone. It means, I must become capable of more. Not more power over others, but more strength for your own life. More ability to act. More ability to endure. More ability to create. More ability to overcome yourself. And perhaps that is why the hardest victory for Nietzsche is not victory over someone else. It is victory over the version of yourself that has already convinced you that you cannot go any further. Because true strength begins where a person stops asking, who can I defeat? And starts asking, what else am I capable of? That question leads us to the next step. Because if a person truly is capable of constantly overcoming themselves, they must decide for themselves which direction to move in. And then a much more difficult problem arises. Who determines the values by which we live? That is where the next part begins, with how Nietzsche rethinks morality, good and evil. When a person begins to question the ready-made values, traditions, morality, and rules of society, a very difficult problem arises. What happens when the old answers no longer work? At first, it may seem that a person is finally becoming free. But Nietzsche understood. Freedom can be frightening. Because along with it, the excuses disappear. As long as you live by a ready-made rule, it is easy to say, I did it because it was the right thing to do. As long as you live by tradition. That's how everyone before me did it. As long as you rely on authority. That's what my teacher said. But when you begin to question all of this, responsibility comes back to you. You can no longer hide behind someone else's decision. You have to say, I am responsible for what I believe is right. That is incredibly difficult. It is much easier for a person to receive a ready-made answer than to create their own. A ready-made answer is comforting. It allows you not to doubt, not to search, not to take risks. But freedom offers no such guarantee. It means the possibility of making a mistake. Making the wrong choice. Creating a value that other people will not understand. Being left alone. And that is why Nietzsche does not romanticize freedom. He does not say, just free yourself from all rules, and you'll be happy. Breaking free from old values can create a vacuum. And a vacuum is very difficult to endure. Inside it, a question begins to emerge. If nothing has a predetermined meaning, then why live at all? And this brings us to one of Nietzsche's most important concepts. Nihilism. Nihilism is not simply the thought. Nothing has meaning. It is a much deeper spiritual condition. Imagine a person who has spent their entire life believing that there is some kind of order. That good has an ultimate meaning. That the world has a definite purpose. That history is moving toward something. That suffering has some kind of justification. That after death there will be ultimate justice. And then, one day, that person stops believing in all of it. The outside world barely changes. The sun still rises. People still go to work. Cities continue to live. But something inside the person collapses. What once gave everything meaning no longer works. And then emptiness can appear. If there is no ultimate purpose, why do anything? If there is no absolute good, why be good? If everything ends in death, why even try? This is one form of nihilism. Nietzsche understood this danger very well. He believed that European culture was gradually moving toward precisely this condition. His famous phrase, "God is dead," it is often understood as a simple statement of atheism. As if Nietzsche were simply saying, God does not exist. But the meaning is much more complicated. When he says, God is dead, he is not talking only about religion. He is talking about the collapse of the foundation on which European culture had stood for centuries. If morality, truth, goodness, purpose, and the meaning of life were connected to God, then what happens when people stop genuinely believing in that foundation? The most important point is that old values can continue to exist even after people have stopped believing in the source from which those values came. A person may no longer believe in God, but still continue to use moral categories shaped by a religious world. They may say, this is good. This is evil. This is right. This is wrong. But they may no longer ask, why? Nietzsche wants to force us to ask that question. Where did our values come from? Why do we consider some things good and others evil? Why do we value obedience? Why do we consider humility a virtue? Why should compassion be a moral obligation? Why is self-denial considered good? Do these values always help a person live? Or can some of them, on the contrary, weaken life? These are dangerous questions. Because once you begin asking them, you may discover that many things that seemed obvious are not obvious at all. And this is where Nietzsche becomes one of the most radical critics of morality. He does not simply want to say, old morality is wrong. He wants to understand. How did it come into existence? Who created it? Under what conditions? What human needs stood behind it? Whom did it serve? What kind of person did it create? And this is precisely what one of his most important works, on the genealogy of morality, is devoted to. The word genealogy is extremely important here. Genealogy is the study of origins. Nietzsche takes our moral concepts, so to speak, and traces their history. Take the word good, for example. It may seem to us that it has always meant roughly the same thing. But Nietzsche asks, has it really? Did aristocratic societies of the past understand goodness in the same way as people living under conditions of oppression? Does a person who has the ability to act understand goodness in the same way as someone who has been deprived of that ability? Could morality itself be a form of struggle? And here Nietzsche introduces his famous distinction: master morality and slave morality. This does not literally mean that one group of people were slave owners and the other were slaves. It refers primarily to different ways of evaluating the world. In one case, a person determines for themselves what is good: strength, greatness, dignity, creativity, independence. They are essentially saying, this is good because it reflects my way of living. But when a person cannot directly exercise their strength, another way of evaluating the world can emerge. Strength becomes evil. Pride becomes evil. Power becomes evil. Submission becomes good. Weakness becomes a virtue. Suffering becomes a source of moral superiority. Nietzsche tries to show how such a reversal of values could have emerged. And here we encounter his famous concept, ressentiment, or deep-seated resentment. Imagine a person who cannot strike back. They cannot retaliate. They cannot win. They cannot change the situation. But the resentment remains. It builds up. And gradually, the person may begin to re-evaluate the world in such a way that the person who defeated them becomes morally bad. The strong become evil. The submissive become good. The successful become corrupt. The proud become arrogant. And the person who cannot act directly gains moral superiority. This is a very subtle psychological mechanism. It allows a person to preserve a sense of dignity even when they are unable to change reality. If I cannot defeat you, I can say, your victory is actually your fault. But we need to be especially careful when interpreting Nietzsche here. He is not saying that all morality is simply a lie created by weak people. And he is not saying that a strong person is automatically a good person. His task is more complicated. He wants to show that different psychological forces can stand behind moral judgments. Fear, envy, resentment, the desire for security, the desire for control, the desire to belong to a group, the desire for revenge, but also creativity, generosity, strength, independence, the desire for growth. In other words, morality can have a history. And if it has a history, it can be examined. Then we stop treating it as something self-evident. But this does not mean that after Nietzsche we should simply throw away all moral rules. Quite the opposite. The question becomes even more difficult. How do we create values that are not based on fear, resentment, or blind obedience? A person must not simply destroy old values. They must be capable of creating new ones. And that is much harder. Destruction can happen in a single day. Creation can take an entire lifetime. That is why Nietzsche has such little interest in simple rebellion. You can hate the old morality and still have no morality of your own. You can reject everything. But rejection itself is not yet creativity. Saying no is very easy. Much harder is saying, here is my yes. And this yes becomes important for Nietzsche. Yes to life. Yes to becoming. Yes to creativity. Yes to self-overcoming. Yes to personal responsibility. Yes to earthly existence. And here we can return to the very phrase with which we began. God is dead. If we understand it correctly, it is not a celebration. It is more like a warning. Nietzsche seems to be saying, you destroyed the old foundation. Now look at what happens next. Because when old values disappear, humanity does not automatically become free. It can become empty. It can begin living only for comfort. Without a greater purpose. Without risk. Without creativity. Without the desire to overcome itself. A person may say, I have enough. I only want security. Food. Entertainment. Comfort. A warm home. And for no one to bother me. And Nietzsche imagines this kind of person in his image of the last man. The last man wants nothing more. They do not strive for greatness. They do not want to take risks. They do not want to create. They do not want to overcome themselves. They simply want to be comfortable. And the most frightening thing for Nietzsche is that such a person may be perfectly content. They may look at the great dreamers of the past and fail to understand them. Why suffer for art? Why risk yourself for truth? Why create something new? Why strive for something greater? I'm perfectly fine as I am. This may sound like happiness. But for Nietzsche, it is a form of decline. Because life stops wanting more. It stops creating. It stops growing. It stops overcoming itself. And this makes it clear why Nietzsche opposes comfort as the highest goal. Comfort itself is not evil. Rest is necessary. Security is necessary. Pleasure is necessary. But if comfort becomes the only value, a person may gradually lose their capacity for greatness. Because almost everything great involves some kind of risk. Creativity is risky. Love is risky. Freedom is risky. The search for truth is risky. Self-knowledge is risky. Even changing yourself is risky. And so Nietzsche presents a deeply uncomfortable choice. You can seek maximum security. Or you can seek a life that is meaningful. And these things do not always coincide. A life with no risk at all may be very safe. But will it be alive? A life with no pain at all may be pleasant. But will it have depth? Nietzsche is not saying, suffer as much as possible. He is saying something much more complicated. Do not make the avoidance of suffering the highest goal of your life. Because sometimes difficulty is what makes growth possible. Sometimes a person discovers their own strength only when they encounter something greater than themselves. And sometimes the need to pass through hardship forces them to recreate themselves. This brings us to another important theme in Nietzsche, the ability to accept your own life as it is, rather than spending it constantly wishing you could erase the past. The past cannot be changed. But it can be incorporated into your own story. You can stop asking, why didn't my life turn out differently? And start asking, what will I do with the life I was given? This is the transition from passivity to creativity. From resentment to strength. From rejection to affirmation. From, the world is not the way I want it to be. To, then what can I create in this world? And this is where it becomes clear why freedom for Nietzsche is connected to responsibility. Freedom is not simply the ability to do whatever you want. It is the ability to take responsibility for who you are becoming. You do not choose everything that happens to you, but you gradually shape the way you respond to it. And if old values can no longer simply be accepted on faith, a new task emerges. Not simply to destroy what no longer convinces you, but to learn how to live without ready-made answers and gradually determine which values you are willing to say yes to. But who is capable of doing this? What kind of person can not only reject the old, but also create themselves and their own values? This question leads us to one of Nietzsche's most famous images, the Übermensch, or the Overman. Not a hero. Not a dictator. Not a person with extraordinary abilities. But someone who has gone so deeply through the path of self-overcoming that they no longer live merely by ready-made rules. A person who does not simply ask, "What am I supposed to be?" but dares to ask, "Who can I become?" And it is with this question that the next step of our journey begins. The word Übermensch, often translated as Overman, tends to bring a very specific image to mind. A person who is stronger than everyone else. Someone with extraordinary abilities. Someone who is fearless. Who never doubts. Who defeats everyone around them. But if we read Nietzsche more carefully, that image begins to fall apart. The Übermensch is not a superhero. Not a ruler. Not a dictator. And not some biologically superior human being or race. This concept should not be understood as the description of a separate species. For Nietzsche, the Übermensch is, above all, a direction of development. An image of what a human being can become if they stop seeing themselves as something finished. Because, in Nietzsche's view, the human being is an unfinished creature. We exist somewhere between what we have been and what we can become. And that is why Nietzsche uses one of his most powerful images. Man is a rope stretched between the animal and the Übermensch. A rope stretched over an abyss. This image shows that, for Nietzsche, the human being is not the final point of development. We are movement. Possibility. Becoming. And the greatest danger is not simply weakness. It is the moment when a person decides, "I have nowhere left to grow." Imagine a tree. It does not ask, "Am I tall enough already?" It simply continues to grow for as long as it can. A human being is more complicated. We can stop our own becoming. We can say, "This is just who I am. I can't change anymore. There's nothing I can do." And gradually turn a temporary condition into a permanent identity. This is precisely what Nietzsche pushes back against. He wants us to stop seeing ourselves as finished products. And begin seeing ourselves as a process. You do not simply exist. You are becoming. Every day, through your decisions, your habits, your fears, your choices, and the things you are willing to work for. Even through the way you experience your own failures. That is why the Übermensch is not a person without weaknesses. Rather, it is a person who does not allow their weaknesses to become a final verdict. They may be afraid. But they do not allow fear to determine their entire life. They may make mistakes. But they do not turn a mistake into a reason to stop moving forward. They may suffer loss. But they do not allow that loss to destroy their ability to create. That is why the Übermensch is connected to self-overcoming. But what does it mean to overcome yourself? It does not mean destroying yourself. It does not mean hating who you used to be. And it does not mean constantly repeating, I'm not good enough. On the contrary, self-overcoming begins with honestly accepting yourself, seeing your strengths, seeing your weaknesses, seeing your fears and contradictions, and then asking, what can I create from all of this? This is very close to art. An artist does not begin with perfect material. They work with what they have. A stone may be uneven. A canvas may be blank. A voice may be imperfect. But that is exactly where the work begins. The same is true of a person. You do not have to become perfect before you begin living. You do not have to get rid of every fear before you act. You do not have to become completely confident before taking the first step. A person is shaped through the process itself. We often wait for the moment when we finally become ready. When we are smart enough, strong enough, confident enough. But that moment may never come. Because action itself creates experience. Trying creates confidence. Mistakes create skill. And difficulties show us what we are capable of enduring. That is why Nietzsche does not suggest waiting until you become the Übermensch. He suggests that you begin becoming. But here an important problem arises. If a person is supposed to create their own values, where do those values come from? Nietzsche does not simply want to replace the old system with a new list of rules. That would be a contradiction. What he wants is a person who learns to evaluate for themselves. And this brings us back to something we discussed earlier. No value should be protected from questioning simply because it is old. But the revaluation of values does not mean that everything traditional must be rejected. The question is different. What does this value do to a person? Does it help them live and grow? Does it support creativity? Does it constantly demand that they diminish themselves? Does it create strength? Or fear? These questions are no longer about blind rejection. They are about the ability to evaluate independently. But here, it is very easy to make a mistake. You might think, if I create my own values, then I can do absolutely anything I want. But that is not freedom. That is simply impulse. Nietzsche is not suggesting that we live by the principle, I feel like doing it, therefore it must be right. On the contrary, creating your own values requires enormous responsibility. Because now you can no longer say, I was told to do it. You made the choice yourself. And therefore, you are responsible for it. That is why the Übermensch is not someone who simply does whatever they want. It is someone who has shaped themselves deeply enough that their life is not just a random collection of impulses. They know why they act. And they are capable of saying no, even to their own desires when those desires conflict with what they consider to be their path. This leads to an important paradox. Freedom does not mean the absence of discipline. On the contrary, to create something meaningful, you need the ability to govern yourself. A person who cannot resist every passing impulse does not become freer because of it. They simply become controlled by whatever they happen to feel in a particular moment. They feel like doing something, so they do it. They don't feel like it, so they quit. They become afraid, so they retreat. Nietzsche is looking for something different. A person who can say, I want this. And because I want it, I will do what is necessary, even if I don't feel like it right now. That is a different level of freedom. Not the freedom to do whatever you want, but the freedom to shape yourself according to your own purpose. And that is why the Übermensch is not an egotistical monster. They do not need to dominate others. They do not need to humiliate those who are weaker. They do not need to constantly prove their superiority. Their main struggle takes place within. Against inertia. Against fear. Against the need for approval. Against the desire to remain where it feels safe. And perhaps most difficult of all, against their own pride. Because sometimes a person has to admit, I was wrong. For Nietzsche, this is not necessarily a sign of weakness. On the contrary, a person who cannot change their mind simply because they are afraid of losing face becomes a slave to their own ego. A strong person can say, I used to think differently. Now I know more. So I am changing. That is movement. And movement is life. That is why Nietzsche speaks so much about becoming. There is no need to search for a final version of yourself. Perhaps it simply does not exist. You can change your profession. Change your views. Change your way of life. Sometimes that means losing an older version of yourself. But people often cling to their identity. I've always been this way. I'm just not that kind of person. Nietzsche asks, who said you have to remain that way forever? Perhaps your greatest mistake is seeing yourself as something finished. Perhaps you do not yet even know what you are capable of. That is why the Übermensch is not a destination. It is a challenge. The question is, how far can you develop yourself? But Nietzsche does not give us a final answer. Because the answer has to be lived. Not read. Not studied. Not repeated. Lived. And that is why his philosophy constantly returns to life. Not to an abstract model, but to the very fact of existence. You wake up. You get out of bed. You work. You love. You lose. You make mistakes. You laugh. You suffer. You create. You grow old. And eventually, you die. This is the material of Nietzsche's philosophy. Not some other world. This one. And this is where his thought becomes especially demanding. If you truly accept life, are you willing to accept it as a whole? Not only the good moments. Not only the days you are proud of. But also the worst ones. The most painful ones. The ones you wish you could erase. The ones you wish you could live differently. And here we return to the idea of eternal recurrence. Imagine that you already know. Everything will happen again. Every mistake. Every loss. Every joy. Every encounter. Every fear. Every morning. Every night. And you cannot change anything. You can only answer yes or no. For Nietzsche, the highest form of life affirmation becomes the ability to say, yes, I would live it all again. Not because everything was good, but because you no longer want to spend your life hating what has already happened. You accept your story. But you do not stop there. You use it as material for the future. And then the past stops being nothing more than a burden. It becomes part of who you have become. Perhaps this is one of the deepest meanings of the Übermensch. Not becoming someone higher than everyone else. But stopping the constant war against the very fact of your own existence. Accepting yourself. And at the same time, refusing to stop. Saying, yes, this is me. Yes, this is my past. Yes, these are my mistakes. And now, let's see who else I can become. This is not resignation. And it is not self-satisfaction. It is creative acceptance. That is why Nietzsche does not want a person simply to find themselves. He wants them to create themselves. And perhaps this is where we can understand why the Übermensch is not a result, but a continuous task. Not to become something final, but to continue becoming. Not to receive a ready-made answer, but to keep testing yourself through life. Not simply to ask, what should I be? But to dare to ask, who can I become? And that question remains open. Because the Übermensch is not a title you can give yourself. Not a reward. Not a status. But a direction in which a person can move throughout their entire life. And that is why, before we finish our journey through Nietzsche, we need to return to the person who stood behind his philosophy all along. To Friedrich himself. To his loneliness. To his illnesses. To his final years. To the moment when the brilliant thinker who spent his entire life trying to overcome himself suddenly became unable to continue that journey. And this is where Nietzsche's story becomes especially tragic. Because sometimes a person's philosophy lives far longer than the person themselves. Sometimes their words begin to belong to others. They are changed. Simplified. Used for other purposes. And ideas are attributed to them that they never actually expressed. And so, before we say goodbye to Nietzsche, we need to return once more to his life. And see what truly happened to the man who urged others to become stronger than themselves. When we talk about Nietzsche, it is very easy to forget that behind all of his complex ideas stood an ordinary human being. A human being with a body that suffered from illness. With fears. With hopes. With disappointments. With a need for love. With a desire to be understood. And perhaps that is precisely why the final years of his life seem so tragic. Because Nietzsche spent his entire life talking about strength, self-overcoming, and the need to become the creator of one's own life. Yet his own life was filled with things he could not control. He was often ill. He suffered from severe headaches, problems with his eyesight, and stomach issues. His physical condition was constantly changing. Sometimes he could barely work. He had to move from place to place, searching for a climate in which he felt better. He lived mostly alone. And this solitude gradually became one of the defining features of his existence. But Nietzsche's loneliness was not simply the absence of other people. It was something much deeper. It was the loneliness of a person who increasingly felt that his thoughts were difficult to communicate to others. He wrote as though he were speaking to the future. To people he had not yet met. To readers who might appear decades later. Or perhaps even centuries later. This feeling can be seen in his attitude toward his own books. He often felt misunderstood. His works were not becoming mass-market bestsellers. He did not receive the recognition that he believed he deserved. And that was painful. Because Nietzsche was not indifferent to how others perceived him. Quite the opposite. He wanted to be read correctly. He wanted his ideas not to be oversimplified. He did not want to be turned into a collection of beautiful quotes. He wanted people to see the complex system of questions behind his provocative statements. But that was often exactly what failed to happen. His style was highly unusual. He wrote in aphorisms, short fragments, images, metaphors, sometimes almost poetically, and sometimes sharply and provocatively. He forced the reader to stop, to doubt, to return to what had already been read. He did not always want to give a ready-made answer. Sometimes he wanted to make a person ask the right question. But a style like that is easy to misunderstand. Take one sentence out of context, and it can end up meaning something completely different from what Nietzsche himself intended. And that eventually became a huge problem. But before we talk about how his ideas were distorted after his death, we need to talk about one of the most painful aspects of his life. Love. Nietzsche was never someone who had completely given up on human closeness. Quite the opposite. He wanted friendship. Intellectual companionship. He wanted to be heard. One of the most famous stories of his life was his relationship with Lou Salome. He met her in 1882. Lou Salome was an educated, independent, and brilliant woman, and Nietzsche was fascinated by her. According to some accounts, he even wanted to marry her. But Salome did not return his feelings in the way he had hoped. Paul Rie, a close acquaintance of Nietzsche's, was also involved in this story. For a short time, the three found themselves in an unusual intellectual and personal relationship. But it quickly fell apart. Nietzsche experienced it very painfully. And once again, he was left alone. But this story matters for more than just its romantic dimension. It shows us another side of Nietzsche. Behind the image of a philosopher speaking about strength, will, and self-overcoming stood a person who could be extraordinarily vulnerable. A person who could fall in love. Suffer from rejection. Feel lonely. Want to be loved. And it is important to remember that. Because sometimes we turn philosophers into statues. As though they never felt fear. Never doubted. Never suffered. But Nietzsche was a living human being. And it is precisely his human contradictions that make his philosophy even more interesting. He did not speak about life from a safe distance. He was caught up in it himself. He experienced what he wrote about. He encountered pain. Sometimes despair. Sometimes loneliness. And perhaps that is why his words about loving one's fate sound so unusual. Because they were not the words of someone whose life had always smiled upon him. They were the words of someone who knew just how difficult life could be. And yet Nietzsche continued to work. To write. To think. To create. Even when almost no one was reading his books. And there is a certain irony in that. The man who urged others not to depend on the approval of the crowd himself felt the absence of recognition very deeply. But perhaps it is precisely this contradiction that makes his philosophy feel alive. Because philosophy is not always a description of what a person has already achieved. Sometimes it is a description of what that person is still trying to become. Perhaps Nietzsche wrote about self-overcoming not because he had already completely overcome himself, but because he spent his entire life trying to do so. He wrote about strength because he constantly encountered weakness within himself. He wrote about overcoming fear because he knew fear. He wrote about accepting life because his own life was far from easy. And there is something deeply human about that. Sometimes the deepest ideas are born precisely where a person is struggling with themselves. Nietzsche continued writing. In 1883, the first part of Thus Spoke Zarathustra appeared. Then came the second. The third. The fourth. This book was different. It was no longer simply a philosophical treatise. It was almost a poetic parable. Zarathustra descends from his solitude to speak to humanity about the Übermensch, the death of God, self-overcoming, and eternal recurrence. But people are not always ready to listen to him. And that is deeply symbolic. Zarathustra speaks. But the crowd does not understand. The philosopher goes out among people. Yet remains alone. Nietzsche seems to be acting out his own fate through his character. He creates the image of a person who has something important to say but cannot be sure that anyone will understand him. And here we encounter another important feature of Nietzsche. He does not want a reader who simply agrees with him. He wants people who will be capable of going beyond him. A true follower of Nietzsche, by his own logic, should not simply repeat. Nietzsche said it, therefore it must be true. Quite the opposite. If you merely repeat Nietzsche, then you are already contradicting one of the central demands of his philosophy. Because he urged people to think for themselves. And so, even Nietzsche himself must be questioned. He must be read, doubted, challenged, agreed with, and then questioned again. Perhaps that is why solitude had not only a painful dimension for Nietzsche, but a creative one as well. When there are too many voices around you, sometimes you need to step away. Not in order to remain alone forever, but in order to hear your own voice. That is why Nietzsche so often wrote about mountains, about heights, about moving away from the crowd. His philosophical hero often climbs upward, to where the air is colder, where there are fewer people, where one must remain alone with one's own thoughts. But then he returns. And that matters too. Nietzsche does not suggest escaping from people forever. He wants a person to be able to live among others without losing themselves. That is much more difficult. Because it is easy to be independent when there is no one around. The real test begins when you return to society. When everyone around you thinks differently. When people do not understand you. When they criticize you. When they do not approve of you. Can you still remain yourself? And this is where Nietzsche is very easy to misunderstand. He talks about strength, and people see him as a preacher of cruelty. He speaks about an aristocracy of the spirit, and people turn him into a political theorist. He criticizes Christian morality, and people reduce him to a simple hater of religion. He speaks about the Übermensch, and people create a fantasy about the biological superiority of some human beings over others. But Nietzsche is far more complicated than that. And his own story shows just how dangerous it can be to separate a philosopher from his context. Especially after his death. Because once Nietzsche could no longer speak for himself, others began speaking on his behalf. And that was when his philosophy went through one of the most dangerous distortions in its history. His texts were edited. His ideas were taken out of context. And his sister, Elisabeth Forster Nietzsche, played a controversial role in the way his legacy was presented to the public. The political interpretation of his works in the 20th century became especially significant. Gradually, Nietzsche began to be used by people who wanted to find justification for their own ideologies in his philosophy. And that is one of the greatest ironies of his legacy. A philosopher who so fiercely criticized herd mentality and mass conformity was himself turned into a symbol that others used for their own purposes. But to understand how that happened, we need to take one more step. We need to return to the final period of his life. To the year 1889. To the moment when the life of one of the most radical thinkers of the 19th century suddenly changed. Nietzsche was in Turin. And one day, he saw a coachman beating a horse. He rushed toward the animal, embraced it, and then suffered a mental collapse. After that, his condition deteriorated rapidly. From that point on, he never returned to a normal intellectual life. He still had more than 10 years left to live. But Nietzsche, as an active thinker, had effectively disappeared. The man who had spent his entire life writing about the strength of the will could no longer fully use his own mind. And there is something almost haunting about that. A philosopher who had spoken so much about self-overcoming had found himself facing a limit he could no longer overcome. The limits of the human mind. The limits of the body. The limits of control itself. But here it is important to remember. Nietzsche was never a god. He was not someone who stood above human limitations. He was a human being who spent his entire life trying to understand what we can do with our own limitations. And now his own life was showing just how real those limitations could be. After 1889, Nietzsche no longer wrote philosophical works. His mother, and later his sister, cared for him. In 1900, Friedrich Nietzsche died. He was only 56 years old. He did not live to see his name become one of the most famous in the history of philosophy. He did not see how deeply he would influence the 20th century. He did not see the countless writers, psychologists, and philosophers who would read him. He did not see how his books would become the subject of endless debate. And perhaps most importantly, he did not see how profoundly he himself would be misunderstood. But his voice remained. And decades after his death, people would continue to rediscover his books. Some would search in them for a justification of strength. Others, for a rejection of God. Some, for psychology. Others, for a path toward freedom. Some, for art. Others, for a way to survive the loss of meaning. And someone, perhaps, would simply open one of his books late at night, and suddenly find a question on the page that spoke directly to their own life. But before we can understand what Nietzsche's legacy truly became, we need to answer another question. What happened to his philosophy after Nietzsche could no longer speak for himself? Who began interpreting his texts? How did his ideas become involved in the political conflicts of the 20th century? Why did his name become associated with Nazism? And does that image actually correspond to what Nietzsche himself wrote? That is where the next story begins. The story of how the world understood Nietzsche, and how the world distorted him. How did it happen that a philosopher who was so critical of herd mentality became a symbol of political ideologies with which he cannot simply be identified? To answer that question, we need to look at what happened to his legacy after his death. Sometimes, after an author's death, their books begin to take on a life of their own. New generations read them, translate them, interpret them, use them in political and cultural debates. And sometimes, they change them so dramatically that the real author almost disappears behind the image created around them. That is, to a large extent, what happened to Nietzsche. Gradually, an image of Nietzsche emerged as a philosopher of strength, an enemy of weakness, a supporter of cruelty, a prophet of the Übermensch, a thinker who supposedly justified the domination of some people over others. But how closely does that image actually reflect his own writings? One of the most important figures in this story was his sister, Elisabeth Forster Nietzsche. Their relationship was complicated, and their political views were significantly different. Elisabeth was connected to nationalist and anti-Semitic circles in Germany. Her husband, Bernhard Forster, was an active anti-Semite and took part in establishing a German colony in Paraguay. Nietzsche himself was strongly opposed to anti-Semitism. He even broke off relationships with people whose views he considered unacceptable. And this is important, because after his death, Elisabeth became one of the most influential figures in preserving, editing, and popularizing his legacy. She organized the Nietzsche Archive, collected his materials, published his writings, and, to a large extent, influenced how the image of her brother was presented to the general public. And that is where the problem begins. When the person who controls access to a philosopher's legacy has their own political beliefs, an unavoidable question arises. What exactly will readers encounter, the author himself, or someone else's interpretation of him? The story of Nietzsche's handwritten notes became especially complicated. After his death, Nietzsche left behind an enormous amount of material. Drafts, fragments, Notes. Ideas that he had never had the chance to fully develop. From these materials, a book was compiled that became known as The Will to Power. The title makes it sound as though we are looking at a finished philosophical treatise. But that is not the case. The Will to Power is a posthumous compilation of Nietzsche's notes, not a completed book that he himself prepared for publication. And that is extremely important. When we take an author's unfinished writings and arrange them in a particular order, we are already, to some extent, creating a new text. We choose. We sort. We decide what to emphasize. We decide what belongs next to what, and what should be left out. That is why reading The Will to Power as Nietzsche's final, systematic philosophical treatise can be misleading. Especially if we use it as the main key to understanding his entire philosophy. And yet, for some time, that interpretation had a significant influence. Nietzsche began to be presented as a philosopher who had created an almost complete doctrine of strength. And then came the 20th century. Europe went through the First World War. Old political systems collapsed. Societies experienced deep crises. Radical ideologies emerged. And different political movements began searching through the intellectual legacy of the past for ideas they could use for their own purposes. Nietzsche turned out to be an extremely convenient author. His writings contained words about strength, about struggle, about aristocracy, about overcoming, about the Übermensch, about decline, about the masses. If you take these ideas out of context, you can build almost any picture you want. But that is exactly the problem. Nietzsche was not a simple author. His writings are full of contradictions. His style was often deliberately provocative. He used exaggeration, metaphor, paradox, and irony. That is why a single sentence can almost never fully explain his position. But political propaganda does not need complexity. It needs short formulas, powerful images, a clear hero, a clear enemy. And gradually, Nietzsche began to be turned into something he himself would most likely have deeply disliked. His later association with Nazism became especially significant. And here, we need to be precise. Nietzsche was not a Nazi. He died in 1900, long before the Nazi regime emerged. He could not have supported a political movement that developed only after his death. At the same time, his views on nationalism, anti-Semitism, and mass politics cannot be reduced to simple formulas. He was critical of German nationalism, disliked blind patriotism, and spoke harshly about anti-Semites. And yet, despite this, his name became associated with Nazi ideology. Why? Because ideologies often do not read authors as a whole. They choose what suits them, and discard what gets in the way. The image of the Übermensch could be transformed into the image of a superior human being. The idea of strength could become a justification for violence. The critique of mass culture could become contempt for ordinary people. The revaluation of values could become permission to abandon old moral limits. And the complex philosophical context simply disappears. That is how a myth is born. And sometimes, a myth lives longer than the truth. Especially when it is convenient. But Nietzsche's story does not end there. After the Second World War, philosophers returned to his original texts. They began studying his manuscripts more carefully, comparing different editions, analyzing the context. And gradually, it became clear. Nietzsche was far more complex than the caricature that had been created of him. He was not simply a philosopher of strength. He was not simply a philosopher of destruction. He was not simply an atheist. He was not simply an enemy of Christianity. He was a thinker of revaluation. A thinker who wanted to question the very foundations on which we build our judgments. And that is why his influence became so enormous. He was read by existentialists, psychologists, writers, philosophers, and artists. Among those he significantly influenced, or for whom he became an important intellectual interlocutor, were Martin Heidegger, Karl Jaspers, Jean-Paul Sartre, and Albert Camus. They did not always agree with Nietzsche. But influence does not mean agreement. Sometimes, a great thinker influences us precisely because they force us to argue with them. Nietzsche became one of the important predecessors of existentialism. His questions about meaning, about freedom, about responsibility, about the death of God, about the need to rethink values. All of these became extremely important to 20th century philosophy. But perhaps no less interesting was his role in the history of psychological thought. Nietzsche was not a psychologist in the modern professional sense. But he was deeply interested in the hidden motives behind human behavior. He constantly asked, "But what is really behind this thought?" A person says, "I did this for the good." And Nietzsche asks, "Are you sure? Maybe behind it is the desire to be approved of. Maybe fear. Maybe resentment. Maybe the desire for power. Maybe the need to feel morally superior." In other words, he teaches us to be suspicious of our own explanations. Along with Freud and Marx, Nietzsche is often described as one of the masters of suspicion, although Nietzsche himself, of course, never used that term. His importance here lies in one simple but uncomfortable idea. Our conscious explanations are not always the real reasons behind our actions. We may sincerely believe in our own goodness, and at the same time take pleasure in feeling morally superior to others. We may say that we want freedom, while actually being afraid of responsibility. We may say that we are searching for truth, while really wanting nothing more than confirmation of our own beliefs. And this question remains remarkably relevant, especially today. Because we live in a world where every person has the opportunity to create their own image. On social media, we can present ourselves as the person we want to appear to be. We can create a beautiful story, show success, happiness, confidence, travel, love, a career. But Nietzsche might ask, and what is behind that image? Who are you when no one is watching? What do you do when there are no likes? What do you choose when no one is judging you? Do you continue doing what you believe is important if no one is there to tell you, "Good job"? We live in a world where advertising tells us what to want, social media shows us what we are supposed to be, and algorithms constantly suggest what we should pay attention to. Sometimes, it feels as though we have almost unlimited choice. And yet, at the same time, we are constantly surrounded by other people's voices. Be successful. Be beautiful. Be productive. Don't fall behind. Become better. And then Nietzsche's question becomes surprisingly modern. Do you really want what you think you want? Do you actually want that job? Or do you simply consider it prestigious? Do you really want that relationship? Or do you want the status it gives you? Do you want a lot of money? Or the freedom that money represents? Do you want to be famous? Or do you simply want someone to finally notice you? Do you want to become better? Or are you just afraid of not being good enough? These are simple questions. But answering them honestly can be incredibly difficult. And perhaps that is why Nietzsche remains so relevant. Not because he gives us ready-made answers, but because he forces us to question our own. If you say, "I am a good person," he asks, "Why?" If you say, "I want freedom," he asks, "What are you going to do with it?" If you say, "I know what is right," he asks, "How do you know?" If you say, "Everyone lives this way," he asks, "But why do you?" Perhaps that is the most important question of all. Not because there is only one correct answer, but because it forces us to look more closely at our own lives. We all inherit certain things: language, culture, morality, family, traditions, ideas about success, ideas about happiness, ideas about what a good life is supposed to look like. We cannot start from zero. But we can ask, which of these things am I actually choosing for myself? And perhaps that is one of Nietzsche's most important ideas. Freedom does not mean the absence of all limitations. That is impossible. Freedom begins when a person becomes aware of the things that shape them and tries to decide what they want to do with them. Nietzsche does not promise an easy path. He demands a willingness to doubt, to endure uncertainty, not to hide behind ready-made answers, and not to demand from life a meaning that someone else has already created for you. Perhaps meaning is not always something we find. Perhaps it is something we create. Gradually. Through choices. Through actions. Through the way we live each day. And then life stops being a mystery that simply needs to be solved. It becomes something we actively take part in. But there is something important to remember here. Nietzsche does not leave us with a ready-made formula for exactly how we should live. And perhaps that is one of the most honest things about his philosophy. He cannot live our lives for us. He cannot tell us which job to choose, which person to love, which values to embrace, what to give up. He can only force us to ask these questions. And in the end, we are left alone. Not in the loneliness we talked about earlier, but alone with the responsibility for our own choices. Perhaps that is why Nietzsche remained alive after his death. Not as a collection of famous quotes. Not as the image of a gloomy man with a mustache. Not as a symbol of strength. But as a voice that continues to ask, are you living your own life, or simply following a script that someone else wrote for you? And if you truly hear that question, it becomes difficult to escape from it. Because it concerns every one of us. We cannot choose everything that has happened to us. We cannot change the past. We cannot control the world. But we can ask ourselves what we are going to do with what we have been given. And perhaps that is where philosophy ends as theory. And life begins. Nietzsche does not leave us with a final answer. He leaves us with a question. Not, how do you become the Übermensch? But something much simpler. Can you say yes to your own life? Not an ideal life. Not a painless one. Not the life you wish you had. But the life that already exists. And perhaps, after all the arguments, mistakes, misinterpretations, and myths, that is what remains most important. Not a ready-made answer. Not a final truth. But the ability to keep asking questions. And, ultimately, to try to answer yourself honestly. What are you going to do with your own life? Good night.